Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins. Hello, I'm David Ladd, and welcome to the CoCo Nation Show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCo Nation Show, episode 317. How we all doing?
Good.
All right.
We made it, and we're still on the right side of the grass.
Exactly.
Yes, so.
Let's see who's been crazy enough to join us on the panel today. All right, upper left-hand corner, we got L. Curtis Boyle
Welcome to the show, everyone.
and Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
And next over, our special guest, Dave. We'll get back to in a second. Far right corner is yours truly. Next row, Alan.
We're sorry.
Yeah, disclaimer comes later. Next up, Ron Delvaux.
Hello. Welcome.
And
Sorry to make
Marco.
Marco, here, present. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks. Glad to be here.
Okay, that was supposed to be yay or nay vote. Let's see, Sloopy Malibu.
I'm here and my soldering iron's ready.
I'll duck.
Okay, let's see. We're kind of out of order today. Let's see. Nick Marentes, you're up next.
G'day everyone, ready for another 3-hour Neutroid show?
Nope, and
3-hour
thank God we're
nap.
not having one. Go ahead, Mark.
Let's see. Brian Schubring, the Music Man.
Hello, everybody, and play them tunes.
Okay, next up from the middle of nowhere, Ken Waters.
I'm here as long as I keep feeding the chipmunk that's running the power for my internet.
And last but not least, we have Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
Glad you could make it. Now, today we have a special guest, Dave, creator of the CoCo Town YouTube channel.
Hi, everybody. It's awesome to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes, welcome to the show. You've been actually doing quite a bit on there. I mean, it's been trouble keeping you up with all the stuff you've been doing on the news here. A couple videos a week and pretty wide range of topics. So thanks for agreeing to come on for an interview and help promote your page, because it's only been up, about 2 months now?
If even, maybe, probably somewhere between 1 and 2 months. Yeah,
Looks like the town is in the nation.
that's right. CoCo Towns and CoCo Nation.
Is that our new capital city?
Yeah.
So I think we'll start off getting some early history with you and computers and the CoCo in general. And of course, anybody in the chat, and I see a ton of people in there like David Craker and David Lord and Mark Siegel, who used to work at Tandy, and a whole bunch of others, which I'll let Mark B kind of go over later. So I guess my first question for you, and we asked this of most of our guests, what was the first computer you ever used, whether it was in school or whatever?
It was a CoCo man. I was probably 9 years old, and my dad got me a CoCo 1. And he wasn't really much of a computer enthusiast or like electronics kind of person himself. But I was, for whatever reason, even at that young age, I just knew that there was something about machines or whatever I saw depicted about computers on TV or in movies that really appealed to me. So he got that for me, a CoCo 1 4K and tape drive, I should say tape recorder. And I just powered through the manual. Like, that manual is written so well.
Yeah.
Just like a kid who's interested, that's all you need. Like, you don't need supervision. You don't need someone to explain anything. you can just go through, type in the code, and I was like in heaven. I absolutely loved it. And
Yeah.
that was my first.
I would say from anybody in the panel here that it was actually active in the CoCo 1 days, because the CoCo 2 manuals, they slimmed them down a little bit, and they're really good, but they're not quite as good as the original CoCo 1 ones. And I think all of us had that same experience you did, that like you said, you didn't need it. I remember going through Apple II Plus manuals at school, and I didn't even understand some of the terminology because it was written for the hobbyists, that had been around the 70s type thing. Like, hey, here's a micro for you, and totally different experience. This was actually a teaching tool, the way it was written.
Yes. It was more than a manual, it was more than a textbook. It was like a curriculum. It was like a self-teaching curriculum. It was amazing.
Yeah. Now, you said you got a CoCo 1, so you got in pretty early. Do you remember what the specs were in the first one? Like, did you get one of the first generation 4K CoCos like I had, or did you get a little bit further advanced?
It was a 4K gray chiclet keyboard, the oldest. I think it was either like the very year they first came out or maybe the next year, but it was a very new thing on the market.
Okay. It's roughly about the same as me, because I got mine in 81, and I think a few others here actually got it around that same time as well. And did you get it just by itself, or did you get the cassette recorder right off the start?
So I think right off the bat, we got 2 cartridges. I think the music cartridge and the pinball cartridge, 2 joysticks, and a tape recorder. Although I think I just ended up using a tape recorder that my dad already had, so I don't think we got anything new there. And believe it or not, a black and white TV. So like in my room, I was allowed to have a TV, but it was black and white. And I didn't care. Like, I was just so excited about this thing and so excited to play around with it and get it to do stuff. I would happily cycle through CLS1, CLS2, CLS3 and see different shades of gray show up on my black and white TV. It was like, wow, look at that. And then, after maybe a year or so, I might occasionally like take it over and hook it up to maybe the family color TV. And it was such a treat at that point to be able to see it in color, that I appreciated it. Nowadays everyone has everything, it's all on their phone and everything, and it's great and it's wonderful, but I don't think there's that same sense of wonder and appreciation you get when you have something that you like but is terrible. And then you can like put it on into color and then like see, oh, wow, this is so cool. Someday I'm going to have a computer with color all the time. So yeah, it started off super trim. And by the end of the 80s, I had a CoCo 2 with 64K. And that's what I still have now. And somewhere in between, there was an upgrade. I forget if I upgraded to 16K or upgraded to 32K in the middle, but there was like some like intermediate upgrade. And every time I did that, my dad did some kind of deal with Radio Shack where rather than taking the computer to them and having them upgrade it, he would just like trade it in. So he would say, oh, I see you have that new thing. I want that new thing. Here's our old thing, and you're going to trade for us. And so somehow we worked something out. And so I would always get like a brand new computer whenever I got an upgrade.
Oh, wow. That's what Apple tries to get their customers to do now with their phones. In the permanent lease program.
Right. Yeah, we'll give you $50 for your old phone and give us $1,000 for the new phone. It works great.
So when your dad bought the computer, did he have an inkling that you wanted to use it as a computer, like to learn programming stuff, or did he get it as a game console that also was a computer? Do you know?
I think he had a sense, even though this really wasn't his thing, I think he had a sense that it was an educational tool, that it was something that would teach me something that could be useful later on. Because I think he knew I just sort of had that preference for like mechanical, electronic things. And he wanted to foster that in me somehow. So I think he knew it was also capable of doing games, and I would also just be playing around with it in a non-educational way. But I think it was mostly a way to just sort of give me this thing he sensed was a new revolution in, careers, even though it wasn't yet. And it was something that I could use to prepare myself for how things were going to be changing.
Okay, because the reason I asked you, you mentioned the first two games that you had, and one of them happened to be Pinball, the original Pinball, not Radio Ball that came out a couple years later, and that was one that actually let you design your own boards and save them to tape. So I was wondering, is that something that kind of piqued your interest about the program? You weren't literally programming, but you were designing video games, basically. Did that play a big part?
Well, I was already running through the manual. Like before I designed my first pinball board, I was already going through, and I shouldn't call it a manual. I was running through the curriculum, the curriculum book that came with it. And I was typing in every single listing they had and then thinking of ways I might tweak it. So I would say I started with the programming as soon as I was possibly able. And then, at that point, I was maybe mostly playing pinball, but it took a while before I said, all right, I'm going to make my own board and see how that plays.
Yeah, because I remember a friend of mine had the pinball cartridge. It's not one of the ones I had, the original part, or the original ones that I got with the CoCo. But that was one I had fun with because it was one of the few that you were interactive with the design of it as opposed to just you're playing the game type thing. So
pretty cool. And save it to tape, man, for later use. Thank
God they were fairly small files. Didn't take too long to load or save. Just don't pin the cassette on the fridge with a magnet. So you mentioned that you eventually got a CoCo 2, so you upgraded from the chiclet keyboard to a real one. Did you have the Melty keyboard or the full travel?
It was the full. Well, I haven't heard the name full travel, but yeah, I guess that's what it was. The keys that weren't like in the middle, but they were like nice and soft, and they felt great. Like after the chiclet, which I got used to, but I did too. I sort of got used to like sort of pounding the keys, like. And then when I got that, it was like a cushion for my fingers. Like, oh, this is so nice and soft.
Now, did you get the later CoCo 2 that actually had the lowercase VDG in it? Do you know?
So if anyone is curious about what a future video of mine might be like, one of the things I'm tossing around in my head is figuring that out. So all I can tell you right now, all I know right now, is the label on the computer has the word Tandy. It doesn't have TRSE.
It has to have that to have the true lowercase. There are some of those that do not, though.
Maybe I'm in the happy camp. Maybe I'm in the regular camp. I don't know. But I was thinking maybe a future video might be me discovering in real time, like, trying out the pokes and seeing what actually happens.
Yep, there's just two pokes, so it's pretty quick and easy.
Yeah. Quick answer is I don't know yet. And the longer answer is maybe we'll all find out together.
Okay. Actually, there's another way you can tell too, because the character set changes slightly. There's certain characters you can look at that are different, so that's another way to tell.
Yes,
but I'll let you discover that without having you turn it on and try it out right now, even though I'm curious. I'm assuming at the point where you got the CoCo 2, you probably had advanced onto disk drives and stuff too, rather than just tape.
Yeah. I forgot to mention, I don't remember which computer I started, whether it was the 64K or the one before that, but I did end up getting the disk drive. And this is another one of those examples, like you work so long on black and white TV and then you hook it up into color and oh, wow, the world's so wonderful.
Yep.
You spend so much time skip effing and see load with quote and then the name and waiting 3 minutes for Donkey King to load and then you get a floppy drive and it's just seconds. It's just a breeze. That's just another one of those things. I'm glad that I paid my dues because I really appreciated it once I got it.
Yeah, that was the same with me because I mean the drive at the beginning, like I think I got mine in 82, but it was like twice as much as the CoCo itself was just about the first drive because you had the cartridge and the drive itself.
$500-$600 or something.
It was $700 here in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was the same experience. Like I'd fast forward, like I'd had the little counter. You'd write down, okay, this program is at counter 412.
I didn't have a counter. I didn't have one of the Radio Shack ones that were meant for computers, and I didn't. Those weren't the only ones with counters, but the ones that I had didn't even have a counter. So I just didn't put too many on each side of a tape. Maybe only 2 or 3 programs.
So your tape deck didn't even have the part, like you could do the audio on and like listen to the tape. Did it have the one where you hit play and then hit fast forward and it would actually play at fast speed so you could tell where the programs ended or not? Or did it not support that?
No, whatever you're describing doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay. Because some of them would let you actually hear, like the head would be active and you'd actually hear the tape playing at the fast forward speed. And it would just be this little screeching sound, but you could hear the gaps.
Right.
I did do that.
Sounds super useful. I didn't have that.
Okay. Yeah, the disk drive was definitely a revelation, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Now, obviously, you went through the basic manual, like you mentioned, and the extended basic manual. I'm assuming if you had 4K, well, I know if you had 4K, you didn't have extended basic off the bat, so you must have got that later on as well. And you went through those manuals, and you've been touching a lot on your videos here about programming in BASIC, and you're actually getting the internals of BASIC now with assembly language and stuff. Now, did you start playing with assembly language back in the 80s, or is that something that's been more recent?
I did. So that would have been maybe my junior year of high school or my senior year of high school. I got the William Barton Jr.'s book, Color Computer Assembly Programming. And I got to say that book, just as much as I praise the books that came with the CoCo, partly because of their humor and because of the example-based approach that they would take to teaching you things, I freaking love that assembly language book too, because he also has that kind of goofy, silly sense of humor that he injects everywhere. And it's all example-based, like in, next chapter, type in this code into EdTASM, and let's go through it line by line and see what it does. And oh, by the way, now this is a new addressing mode that we're going to introduce, or this is a new opcode that we're going to introduce. So I worked my way through that. And then I started what I think a lot of people have done. I started my own game that I never finished. So it was going to be a ripoff of Moon Patrol, the side-scrolling game where you're like the moon buggy and you can jump.
Jump the holes, shoot the boulders, and
so I was very proud of the small progress I made on that. I had like the scrolling and I could shoot and stuff, but like nothing was really put together. And then, I don't know, life took over and I got distracted and I worked on something else. But possibly for a future video, I might try to unearth the code that I wrote a long time ago and see if I can assemble it into something and assemble.
Got it.
see if I can get that like put together into a video and see what that looks like.
And maybe even finish it now with extra knowledge, etc.
I might, but boy, does that take patience. The folks there are folks like on this show right now who make fully complete games in assembly language. I mean, it's one thing to say, I want to do some scrolling, and you do it. Oh, that looks like a game, but it's another thing from start to finish to do the whole thing and have it also be playable. I have a lot of respect for that. That's super impressive to me.
Now, one thing I did before I started, like I haven't done many games. I'm doing more operating system stuff. But one thing I did when I did write some of the games back in the mid 80s is I would write a machine language routine, like you mentioned, for scrolling or something like that, maybe sound effects. Did you ever do any games where you mixed a hybrid of, main in the game was in BASIC, a little bit of assembly when you needed it?
I didn't. So I wrote tons of stuff in fully BASIC and just in BASIC. And then once I started getting into assembly language, although maybe, I don't know, maybe I should. Okay. So the one game I did in assembly, which I never finished, the only way you could even run the pieces of it was from a BASIC program. So I guess in a way you could say I mixed them, but I didn't mix them the right way. I wasn't using def user 0 or user 0. I was just like 10 lodem, this thing, 20, like one lodem for the screen, the graphic screen, and then one lodem for the code, and then exec. It was like that was the basic. So I don't really count that as truly a hybrid BASIC machine language thing. It was really just machine language, but didn't work on its own. It needed like a little help.
Okay. That's understandable. And I'm assuming you had disk EdTASM. You didn't start with the cartridge, or did you start with the cartridge?
I'm thinking because I believe the answer is I started with a non-legitimate copy of disk EdTASM, and I
distributed
never
backup. Yes.
The one that was distributed on BBSs that folks were using a lot. That version, which happened to be free. I don't believe I ever had the cartridge, so I don't think I was ever using it with cassette. I think that was, it must have been, because that was really that was much later in the year. So I had already gotten disk by that point.
Okay. Yeah, because the original cartridge version, I mean, it's cartridge, but it did let you do bigger programs. And then Roger Schrag published some articles in Rainbow Magazine to patch the cartridge one to give you disk operations and stuff. So a lot of people use that. And then Tandy eventually came out with their own disk version.
Right.
With its Kilgis-DOS type thing. Yeah.
And that I don't think is the one that I had used. I think I must have used the one that was patched, because I later, recently I was looking at all those different versions, and when I was looking at the disk version, I saw the way you make your program has to follow these weird rules. Like up here, you have to jump to the first instruction down here. And then in the middle, you have to have something that like declares what the size of the program, some really weird process you had to go through to get it to work. And yeah, and it came with its own kind of version of DOS as well. What I used didn't have that. I think what I used was just straight whatever they took from the cartridge and then patched it to work on disk. So which I think was easier to use.
Yeah. So you got the CoCo 2, you got a disk drive. So this is probably in the mid late 80s, I'm guessing. I'm assuming you also used it for school for doing reports and stuff like a lot of us did.
I did. I had like a dot matrix printer, and I used it to print out term papers. I even managed to do like one of the years in science. My science project was like a little essay on artifacting. I don't think my teacher knew what I was talking about. I honestly didn't really know what I was talking about. All I really knew is every other line I get red. No, every other line I get blue. No, every other line I get red. I'm going to write something up like this, and that's going to be my science project. So I would use it for all sorts of things. In schools, they had the Apple IIs. Yeah. And so there were, for the years that I was in the classes that used them, I also played around with them, and I made some programs, maybe 1 or 2 games on them too. And I enjoyed it, but it wasn't the same. It's not the same as the CoCo.
Yeah. So just out of curiosity, if we're doing term papers stuff, like a lot of us have our favorites, especially in the CoCo 1 and 2 era, of like a word processor or whatever, like a Telewriter, VIP writer are very popular ones. What was your go-to?
I used the free distribution via BBSs of Telewriter 64.
64, yeah. That was probably the most common one I know of too. I think Ron is one of the ones I think used VIP writer, formerly known as Super Color Writer too.
Yep, and I used the write program in Deskmate.
Oh, right, yeah.
Hey,
Deskmate was a whole suite of apps.
While I'm up, did you have a CoCo club you went to when you were younger?
I didn't. But my uncle, who lived out of state in a different state, I remember 1 or 2 years when we would go visit them, he took me to his CoCo users group meeting, and I could not believe my eyes. This was before I was ever on BBSs or anything, but I went there and they said, "Oh, hello, would you like some games?" And I said, "Okay." And they had like a CoCo set up with multiple floppy drives. And they would like take one floppy, put it in one, another floppy in another. They would like type a command. And before I knew it, I had a disk with a bunch of games. I think that's how I got Puyan, actually. That was like one of the earliest games that I got. And it was through that visit. It was like, I want one of these where I live. This is the best thing ever.
What game's better, the one you buy or the one you receive?
It's an interesting question. The ones that I bought have all been the cartridge games. And I honestly think, as cool as they were in their way, some of the best games you could ever buy really weren't distributed by Radio Shack. So whether you bought them or you got them through the free distribution method, those ended up being my favorites. Like Donkey King, far and away, that's my absolute favorite of all time. And then, a bunch of other games, Puyan and Double Back and stuff. And those were all, you could say that spending money on a cartridge is a bit of a sacrifice and therefore you should enjoy it more. But there's also a sacrifice of dialing up a 300 baud modem to a BBS and waiting 30 minutes for the download to finish. And at 25 minutes in, someone else in your family picks up the phone and tries to make a phone call, and now you got to start over again.
Yep.
That's a sacrifice too. That's a lot of personal time. So there's some sense of accomplishment when I actually get a successful download and I can run it and it works. So that was pretty fun.
So where you grew up, it was a fairly small section of people that had CoCos. Like, how big was this club that your uncle was part of?
It's hard to remember that far back, but I'm sure there were maybe around 6 to 12 people who showed up. For me, like just in my own community, I had a friend who had a CoCo. He had a CoCo 3. I was jealous of them. And that was it. Like, so my uncle had a CoCo in a different state. My friend had a CoCo. I don't think I saw them anywhere else. I didn't see them in schools. None of my other friends had them. They just, they weren't pushed, they weren't promoted like Apple's were. So, that means we're in a more exclusive and tight-knit club, I guess. But
yeah, it's really weird how regional it is too. Like where I grew up, which at the time was maybe 120,000 people city. Our CoCo Club had 60, 70 people in it. It was huge. We had tons of them.
That's a lot.
I knew more people with CoCos than I did with Apples or Atari 8-bits. I think the only one that really rivaled it here would have been the C64. But yeah, and then you go to some other even bigger city than this, and all of a sudden, like it's like you said, you only have your one or two friends, and that's it, type thing. So it's kind of weird how that was. But I think it depended on the managers you had at your local Radio Shacks, because some of them it was just a computer to sell; it meant nothing to them, and other of them, like a couple of the managers we had in our area, really were fans of the computer, so they'd be pushing it and they'd be helping you. They'd be telling you about third party, which is my next question, actually. Obviously you found out about software and stuff through BBSs in this users group here. Did you find out about the magazines? Did you have a subscription to Rainbow or Hot Cocoa or Computer News or whatever?
So my uncle had a subscription to Rainbow, and so whenever I visited him, I would just type everything in I could find from Rainbow and read through all the pages of Rainbow, and then I would like drool as I saw these ads for all these games through mail order, and I would think, oh my gosh. I don't know why I just assumed this was out of my ability to like ask my parents or maybe take some money that I saved up and order a game through the mail, but it just seemed like I could never do that. This is an adult thing. But I would just read through it and I would see these reviews. They would always review all the games, and all the reviews were so positive. So all the games are amazing. So I was aware they existed, but I never really on my own got them the normal way, I guess you could say. I did have a subscription to, I think it was the TRS-80 micro computer
newsletter that Tandy themselves put out.
Yeah, I think it was free or something. I think we had them come to us for about a year or so.
Yeah, I think they like up here. I think they gave us a 6-month subscription when you bought a CoCo, so you got automatically got.
Yeah,
but that covered all the TRS-80s. So
yeah, exactly. There was like the color computer section that was 2 or 3 pages, and I would type in all the code from those, and I would read those and enjoy that. But I don't think they had a whole lot of ads for third-party software in that newsletter.
Yeah. Like I know here, like a couple of our local bookstores actually carried Rainbow for a while, so you could actually just go wander into a bookstore and find it. But that was fairly rare. Most bookstores did not, so you'd have to find out from it. And like I said, regionally, we had a couple of Radio Shacks that were really CoCo friendly, and they tell you there's this magazine called Rainbow. There's Hot Cocoa, it's Color Computer Magazine, and then there were others like buy Tandy 1000. I make more commission off that, so you should get that instead. Okay. So yeah, it varied wildly, I think. So you never got a CoCo 3 then, from the sounds of it. You said you had one friend that had one, but
I never did. So CoCo 2 64K is where my CoCo path ended. And then at that point, after that point is when I went away to college and then got into all other different kinds of computers. But never.
So did you go to the PC route or the Amiga, or what route did you take after the CoCo?
So I guess the very first thing I did next would have been the Macintosh SE.
Okay.
So I got that as sort of my college student computer. So I don't know if you remember this, but it had a built-in black and white screen.
Yeah, the 9-inch. Yeah.
And the keyboard was separate, but the rest of it was like a single unit. And that's what I ended up using for things like term papers. And I majored in computer science, so there was a lot of programs to write. And occasionally I would use that to like type up the text of a program, even though I couldn't compile it and run it because it had to run on the computers there. I would just use it as a way to like kind of get my thoughts together. So I had that computer, and then at college it was all like Sun workstations connected to some central mainframe. And then the next computer, anyone remember the next NEX?
Steve Jobs. Yep.
Yeah, so that's what taught me that I really want to program graphical user interfaces, because they had this thing, I think it was called the Interface Builder, where they made it just such a dream to design a user interface with buttons and sliders and radio buttons. And it was in such a way where you could like resize the dialogues and everything would like snap and expand in place. And something like Windows didn't have anything like that for a good 10 or 15 years. And that was already there on the Next. So I loved that. And then later I ended up on PCs, which is where I kind of stayed. So I ended up with PCs programming in DOS, Windows 3.1, and then slowly going through the Microsoft continuum of Windows further and further.
I have to say, if you used Next first, which was hugely advanced for its time, and of course that became the basis of OS 10 because they were originally going to use Apple's going to buy a different operating system. I'm trying to remember the name of it off the top of my head. It was a multimedia heavy based one, but they ended up going with Next instead and bought it out. And that's when Steve rejoined Apple back in 96 or 95 or whatever it was. But they were just about bankrupt. So I'm kind of surprised you didn't follow the OS 10 route when Next Step actually just basically got ported over and they started expanding it. But you decided at that point to go the Windows route instead.
I mean, at that point, I had gotten a job. So now we're after college. I had gotten a job and they wrote on Windows. So they wrote on DOS. So there was no real choice. It was like, this is your next computer. This is what you're going to do next. And when I compared that, say, with the Macintosh SE, I felt like it was similar enough that it was fine, but it was even better in the sense that it had keyboard shortcuts for everything. And I felt like it could be super fast. The Macintosh SE was still mouse for everything. But compared to the Next, it was not a step up. I mean, the Next was really ahead of its time.
There's a reason that stuff like Doom was developed on Next stations and not on Windows or Mac.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. Carmack really loved running under that system. So I remember going to Comdex and actually talking to some of the people, the developers for various, whether they're doing business or games, whatever. And almost everybody at that point was using Next to develop for all the other things. Like that was the one they ran everything on. And then they, test run it on Windows and Mac and whatever else. It just seemed to be the one that developers just got attracted to, for at least for the first couple of years. So you never got into the Linux or Unix route too much either than what you mentioned in college?
A little bit here and there. Like sometimes you have to have Linux, like for something that you want to do, like there's just no other choice. So I did at some point get I forget the distribution, but it was Knoppix, Knoppix. I made a Knoppix CD-ROM or something to boot off of, because sometimes you have an emergency that can only be rectified with Linux. And I had one of those emergencies where I had to get into some hard drive and do something with it. Another good use for it was about a year ago, I still had my Macintosh SE and I had a hard drive, and I was like, I want to get everything off of this hard drive I can onto a virtual hard drive. And Linux has this simple commands like DD or BB. There's a simple command where you just feed it one drive as the input and a file as the output, and boom, it just gives you a serial version of all the bits from the first thing, and it goes into the file. And then you can put that into a Macintosh emulator. It just works. So that's a great use for Linux, is moving stuff from one weird format to another weird format that Windows doesn't care about and doesn't want to know about.
Yeah, I was correct in the chat room. Everybody was just harping on me for not remembering BIOS. That was the alternate operating system that Apple was thinking of doing before they got Next.
Was it Jean-Louis Gasset, I think, that developed that? He used to work for Apple.
Yeah, he did. He was their European head of what part of it? I can't remember now. He was from France, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's from France. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice system too. I remember we fiddled with it a little bit at work. Anything else in the chat you saw there, Mark? I haven't had a chance to really.
Most people talking about their experiences with cassette recorders and where they and sharing software. Oh, Rocky Hill said DD is disk destroyer.
Yeah,
the DD command.
Yeah. That's the humorous version of it, right?
Now, of course, everybody knows I'm going to ask this question because you mentioned that you actually did use some Unix derivatives in college and stuff here. Did you ever touch on OS 9, even on your CoCo 2? Because if you had 64K in a drive, you definitely could run it.
I could have, but I didn't. That was for adults. I wasn't an adult. No,
even in college, or did you stop using the CoCo more by that time? Yeah,
that's the thing, is the CoCo kind of went into storage at that point.
But you did keep it.
I kept it. I still have it, and some of my earlier videos where I was doing DriveWire, you'll see on the screen that's not an emulator for some of those segments. It's the actual CoCo too. So it's still there. It still works. The only thing about it is I'm pretty sure the RF modulator is just really not in good shape, because the picture quality is really bad, and even the sound quality, it's so growly. And I started hearing in other videos, that tell me what other people's CoCos sound like. Mine is worse. Like, I just thought it was, oh, it's old and that's how they all were back then. But I actually think mine has really deteriorated, and it must not have been that way back then. So it's seen better days. And so usually on my videos, I'll use either XROR or MAME, just looks so much better on the screen. But other than that, it still runs great. It still runs great.
Well, we definitely have some hardware gurus both in the chat and in the panel here. So if you want any, tips of maybe things to look at or try, plus there's alternative, outputs now. You can put in composite. You can get
I've
HDMI
seen
adapters.
Videos. I could get HDMI. If I were brave enough, I could directly tap the VDG, and there's no modulation at all.
Oh, let's not get silly. Send it to somebody to do it, or bring it to a festival. Just do it for you on the spot. You don't have to actually muck with it yourself. That's what I do.
True. That might be a good draw to convince me to go to a CoCo Fest. It's like, maybe someone can just do it for me. But then I would have to have the courage to let someone else do it. That wouldn't take as much courage as me doing it myself. I'm pretty sure I would destroy it, but it still takes some amount of courage to take my precious and have someone.
I guess in my case, because my CoCo journey went 4K with nothing, no tape recorder, no joysticks, no nothing. And then I got joysticks for Christmas in 81. And then I got 16K, which is pretty easy. I installed that myself because a friend showed me you just unplug 8 chips, you plug 8 chips, and you make a couple of jumpers. That's it, you're done. Like, there's no soldering, there's no wires, no nothing. Cool. When I went to 32K, I had a D board, which is a real pain in the ass to upgrade to that. You have to like cut traces on the circuit board and all kinds of stuff that just scared me. So a friend of mine who was into the hardware, and he decided to do the stacked 16Ks where you put 2 sets of 16s and you solder one wire across one pin. You hardware guys can explain what that does. I don't remember. But the first time he did it, and he spent a lot of time putting all these chips because he had to solder 8 chips together with this pin wire. And then he turns it on, it's a screen full of garbage, and he goes, well, that doesn't look good, does it? And I'm going, my CoCo's dead. I can't afford another one. I'm in high school. So yeah, I understand the fear. But at these shows here, I mean, now that I've had, lots of upgrades done by other people here, now I'm quite comfortable. There's a lot of really knowledgeable people. Rick, Sloopy, Mark Marlette of Cloud9. There's a bunch of people that can do this kind of stuff. So
that's cool. I have to ask though, like, did your CoCo ever get fixed?
Yeah, it turned out that one of his things had shorted out. They put too much solder, so it shorted a couple pins together, and that was the only thing wrong with it. But he knew it was something simple because he'd been doing hardware since the 60s. Like, he's always been soldering, created his own amps for his guitar and stuff. Mm-hmm. So he instantly recognized, I'm pretty sure I know what happened here. Nothing's blown up, but I was freaking out. I had no idea.
He was like, no problem. And you're like, ah.
Yeah. Oh, no, he knew it would bother me. So he actually strung me along for a bit. Like, oh, I wonder what the heck could have happened here. Nice. I don't get it. And he was like overacting it too, but I didn't recognize that at the time. I was just flipping out because I thought my computer was dead. But yeah, he got it, and he just kind of laughed about it after. He says, yeah, I knew all along this was not going to be a big deal. So yeah. So yeah, after that initial one, and after a couple other upgrades after that, then I got comfortable with other people doing it. I don't think I ever got an upgrade done at Radio Shack though, because the prices were too much. So it was all done through friends with the club. We had quite a few hardware guys in the club too. So
that's a good resource.
Solder bridges are common even today where I work. When we manufacture stuff, we have a pick and place machine and hand do stuff, but we get solder bridges, and you just got to go through, get that cleaned up. Oh, now it works.
Now, for you hardware gurus on the panel here, just to maybe give Dave a tip if he has anybody nearby that he can maybe take a look at it. His description of the symptoms, where you've got some bad audio and bad video, is that bad?
Yeah, bad might be overstating it. So, like, let's say you do sound 100,100 in basic. You'll hear a tone, and it'll just sound a little growly for certain frequencies. Like, instead of hearing, you might hear. Actually, not that bad. I can't do it. It doesn't sound that bad, but you just sort of hear this slightly staticky, growly thing that's part of it. And then just the picture quality. I mean, you can look at, one of my earlier videos, I think the part 2 drive wire video. I think, was that the one? No, maybe it was the part 1 one. Anyway, the one where it looks worse. You can look at it and you can see, does it look normal worse than an emulator, or does it look hyper worse, like worse than even a regular CoCo should look? And I don't know if it's just envy or whatever, but when I look at other people, when they'll actually have a camera aimed at their TV, which should make it look really terrible. And it still looks better than mine, where, I have a window on my monitor because I go through some like fire wire to end up getting it into the monitor. It just looks bad. So I just have this feeling like there might be something going on with the modulator.
Okay, Rick,
CoCo
Mark,
2 or
Soupy,
CoCo
any?
3.
Yeah, that's exactly what to do. Get a composite mod that replaces the modulator and I mean, you hate to say bad caps because everyone says that, but that kind of growly sound and wavy video does sound like the modulator is checking out.
Yeah.
The composite replacement replaces it, so you don't have to fix it, which is good because it's an obsolete, funky thing. And then you have pretty video. I can't think of who does that for you right away, though. I'm sure someone will.
I know that Zipster Zone has had some composite mods, and I know just recently on either Facebook or the Discord, CoCo Discord, that somebody was posting some diagrams to some circuits that you could get to do the composite mod. Thing about the RF modulators, they seem to be made by one company, who knows where, that are the crappiest quality you can imagine. So, and besides, no TVs do that anymore, so why?
Yeah,
just get it fixed. My T1 CoCo 2, it has a Zipster composite mod in it, so works much better.
I've seen the videos. I completely believe that they work significantly better. Like in all these videos, like they'll say, "Look how terrible my CoCo looks," and I'm thinking, I wish my CoCo looked like that. And then they install the composite override, and it's like crystal clear. Not to mention the HDMI ones, where it's like, I'm sure it could look astounding. I'm too nervous.
In the chat, there's a couple of really good suggestions, including just cleaning the RCA connectors and put an RF choke on the line going from the RF connector to your switch box.
So what is that? Just you guys know?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
We wrap a magnet with the RF wire.
It's a ferrite coil, and you wrap your cord through it. Actually, a lot of times you'll have video cables. Like sometimes you'll see like VGA cables or HDMI cables or DVI cables, and they'll have like a knob on the cable close to the end. That's actually a ferrite coil.
Near one end.
Yeah, I actually have one over there. If I run over and grab
it.
You should. I've never seen this before either. I didn't know any of these existed. So
that might be about my level. If it's just a matter of plugging in a wire to another jack or something, I think I could probably handle that. It sounds interesting.
Well, it's taking a couple of turns of the cable and kind of feeding it through this ferrite core.
There's a video cable right there with one of those ferrite beads in it.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I can't see it either.
Let's see, Brian, where are you at?
Should be the only guy holding the cable.
Wave your hand there, Brian. Okay, there you are.
I'm here.
Yeah, so that's one of the little warts. That's the ferrite core.
Yep.
Right.
And that's on a VGA cable.
Okay. But they make that for RCA cables too, like the.
Oh yeah, you can get ferrite beads. They're like a clamshell that you can open up and wrap up a line cord through it.
Yeah, and snap it closed.
And then snap it closed, and then you got a choke.
Hey, so no soldering, no wiring.
No.
Just
okay.
Don't even have to cut the wire.
Oh wow.
Right?
Yeah,
That
I
sounds
got
like
a
my
few
speed.
from Tata.
So
They
Kevin
come in
Holloway
different sizes.
has the example of one of the ones you can add on to a cable. With the white clamps.
This is my it's a DVI cable that has one.
Okay, yeah. So it just literally fits around the cable and you just click it shut and you're done.
Yeah, just put a couple of turns around it and then snap it shut.
You don't have to like remove the plastic coating from around the wiring.
No.
You just wind the cable around the one side of the clamp and then keep it shut so that it makes a loop.
Right.
And it's the loop and the magnet that help filter out the RF noise.
Wow, that's like voodoo. That's like magic to me. I've seen some of those warts on like VGA cables. I had no idea what they were.
I didn't either.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, they're stuck upstairs. And you're on our Discord too, so feel free to ask any further questions after if you get a chance to try that. How much are those things cost normally, David, or whoever knows?
Couple of bucks.
Yeah, we used to put those on phone cables to help clean up the noise,
Right.
like for fax machines and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Check out some of the flea markets and ham fests. You'll find them there.
Yeah, at a ham fest, you can get a ham radio, and then you can start doing WeFax too, like we were talking about the pre-show.
Everybody
behind me.
2 birds with 1 stone, right there.
WeFax.
Yeah, check your bingo cards, folks. We just use WeFax. So, any other chat stuff there, Mark? Before I continue.
Sandpaper, emery cloth, all the connectors.
So sandpaper's for cleaning the edges of the cable, right?
The end, yeah. The little
yeah.
metal end, the tip, just kind of give it a little sand or clean it.
Also, the RF can, the little the outside of the connector also seems to get a lot of oxide buildup too. So, yeah, emery cloth or something to clean that down.
Yeah,
Deoxit, of course.
Steel wool works well too.
Yep, steel wool.
I'm trying to remember. Didn't the RF cans have little tiny? Is it ferrite beads in there too? There's a little. They use a little tiny jeweler's screwdriver to adjust that might.
Yeah, so I think so.
Well, no, that's to fix the signal a little bit, but you don't really want to do that if you aren't familiar with doing it. But
you can really
basically
jack it up quick doing that.
It's
okay. Don't do that.
The signal's a little weak, and the exterior noise is a little loud because of the design of the CoCo. So you're really having to minimize the noise and try to get any little bit of signal you can out into the TV. So that's where all the cleaning the cables, cleaning the cables gets more signal out, and the ferrite bead will keep some of the external noise away. And between the two, you just might get a noticeable difference. But the big fix is to just stay away from RF entirely and go composite.
Good.
So we'll have to figure out how to get you a composite mod, and then you'll have a really pretty CoCo video.
Rocky Hill also said, those little switch boxes they had on the TV so you could get your TV signal. Those things are horribly bad. If you can just avoid that entirely.
Yeah, so I am avoiding that. So I have I have one of those, like, I don't know if it's the right terminology, but it does an RCA to a coax.
The F-coax connector.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. I have a bunch of those too.
Now, strangely, if you had a good switch box, it would be better because it's a 300 ohm to 75 ohm conversion in there. But the ones that you can get are so bad that any advantage it might have had is lost by the quality of the.
Cool. I'm learning lots about hardware here too.
And from interviewing a software guy, no less.
Yeah, well, that's pretty well me.
Right.
Well, that's why we have a panel here. So we got lots of talent. Dave Wormfood says the more loops you run through the ferrite, the better it will work. Also, better to put one ferrite choke on each end of the cable. Yeah, my DVI cable here actually has one at each end. So.
I had no idea any of this stuff. Like you have seen them before. I had no idea what the heck they were or what they were for.
Cables are antennas.
Yep, that's why they put shielding. That's why they do twisted pair, where they actually loop them, corkscrew them.
Okay.
So
Mark,
you notice
Mark,
this.
Do you want to show your cable again? I can spotlight you.
Oh, sure. So actually, if you go back and look in the really old days when telephone wires would be bare copper, you'll notice a lot of times as you'll look at the telephone poles and you'll see the wires will run and then they'll switch over at the pole and they go over and they switch over again. It's because if they're just two long parallel wires, they act as an antenna. By switching them every so often, it creates, as the signal hits it, then it cancels the signal. They don't pick up radio. AM radio can get picked up real easy.
Yeah, pick up your phone, you hear the local radio station.
Yep.
Right.
I would just view that as a free radio.
Mark Siegel had another good one, is that if you have too long of a cable, you've got too long of an antenna. So if you only have 3 feet between the machine and the input, just use a 3-foot cable. Or 1 meter for our northern folks.
You mean the rest of the world, folks?
No, northern
Like they count.
Yankees.
I suppose technically there is a perfect size for channel 3, like sitting SWRs on your transmitter, but
there's even a formula for it in the radio book.
Right, that I've forgotten more times than I've looked it up. So
that's why we keep the book. Yeah, right there with you.
The lambda of the half wave.
Anyway, sounds like you have a lot of suggestions to try that don't require any electronics knowledge, which I'll have to remember for myself with my CoCo one. So basically, when you went to college, just to get back onto the timeline here, you kind of switched to the Mac and eventually switched to Windows stuff for your job, etc. When did you pull your CoCo back out, and why did you decide to do that? You kept it the whole time.
It's an interesting question. I would occasionally pull it out for a short visit. So like a trip down memory lane, run through some old programs, some old games, and then I would like put it back. But I think those visits have gotten like more and more separated in time, to the point where it was really just sitting, going unused for years and years. And every time I would think about it, I would sort of get this feeling of, oh yeah, I got to get back to that. And it was like this sort of good looking forward to feeling, but without like a concrete, I will do it next week, or it was just like sometime. And you know what? I think the thing that made me really pull it out and really dive in was YouTube and some of you guys, like seeing some of you folks do stuff. A lot of it was like hardware type things that I would never do, but it's still like, it gave me this nostalgia. Like Ken, for example, you're the Canadian retro things guy, right? And I love watching you pull stuff apart and like putting them back together and trying stuff out. I was like, I'm never going to do that, but that still looks cool. Like he's having fun with this CoCo. Why am I not having fun with my CoCo? I should have fun with my CoCo. So like I just watched, another one was AC's 8-Bit Zone. And I think that's where I first saw DriveWire. And I saw, oh, all it takes is one cable, and like all the other software is free, and I can like get all of my stuff that's in this like dangerous media state into a hard drive, and then it could be backed up everywhere. All I need is that one cable. I should get that cable. I'm going to get that cable. And so I ordered the cable from Cloud9, and while I was waiting for it, I pulled out my old cassettes and I tried to see if I could like get any of them loading up and then maybe convert them into floppy, or at least get like a WAV file on my computer that's a little bit more stable than whatever was on the cassettes. And I couldn't stop. Like I just started doing that because I couldn't wait for the DriveWire. And then it was just a daily thing. It was an everyday thing. Oh, I remember this program I wrote when I was 11, or, oh, I remember this program I typed in from Rainbow. And I just,
so most of your cassettes worked, or all of them worked, or?
There's like no rhyme or reason. You know, some of these cassettes, every file on a side would be fine. And some of the cassettes, every file would be terrible, or would go back and forth and back and forth. And then the one that I hate is when it says it's fine, but it wasn't. Like it was a successful C load or a successful C load M. And then, you know, I like dump it out into a WAV file, and then I try to load it back later, and I realize, Cashman didn't have that weird flicker on that side when I used to play it. What happened here? So it's like, you don't really know. There's got to be checksums, right? When you load it in from a cassette, but I guess even the checksums got fooled or whatever. So some worked, some didn't. Actually, a lot worked. But what really blew me away is when I got the DriveWire cable and I did the floppy disks. Every single floppy disk, except for one, was 100% fine. Like,
oh wow, that's
every single sector of every single disk except one, I got it all over. I was amazed.
We need to introduce you to the CoCo SDC.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. You're aware what that is, I'm sure.
I think a lot about the SDC, but the thing about the DriveWire is if my CoCo is close to my PC, if it's proximally close, then there's no hopping needed. Like it's hooked right in there. And if I need to save something or transfer something, or, you know, now I want to use it on an emulator or whatever, it's all like one closed system. I don't have to say, pull out an SD card and then load it with something and then put it back in. There's something nice and convenient about having everything all like tied together.
So here's the good news. The SDC works with DriveWire.
Oh, so you can actually have like a drive wire simultaneous with the SD card.
Yeah, because the advantage of the SDC over straight drive wire, like drive wire is great for backing up or taking stuff off of a PC, but it's slower. Whereas the SDC will run lickety fast, also emulates hard drives. So if you want a 128 meg hard drive, you can do that too. But it by default reserves 2 drive images to be, actual, files on the SD card itself, and 2 are drive wire. But you can mix that with real floppies. You can shut off like drive 0. Now that's my real floppy got plugged in if you have a multi-pack. And then you can have drive 1 being an actual SD card, so you can back up to the SD, or you can back it up to the drive wire drive, or all of them, or whatever combination you want. So
I used to be able to do that.
you will again, Nick. You got one in order. Nick had one of the earliest ones made by the original designer, not the ones that you can commercially buy now. And his finally died after almost 10 years, I guess, or not quite 10, but he pounds it a lot.
They've been around for a while. I really only just recently found out about all this stuff. I mean, I guess I knew it was around for a while, but it's interesting to hear that someone right here on this panel had one from 10 years ago. It's amazing.
I was one of the first 2 or 3 that bought one, I think, from the original author.
Yeah, Darren Atkinson. And now we've got several manufacturers doing it commercially, and they're selling hundreds of them. So actually, I think the totals now are probably past 2,000. But
Hey,
it definitely
disk
supports
drive?
drive wire, and it's got some extra features too on it that you'll start to see in some games and stuff that it'll require, because it's got some like streaming features and other things too. Like it goes beyond the older hard drive and the older floppies and the older drive wire. It's a combination of everything with some extra stuff thrown in. So it's still nice to have.
Yeah, one of the things that I like about the CoCo SDC plus the drive wire is that you also have flashable RAM banks on the SDC, so that you can load 6 or 7 of your own favorite cartridge images right into the SDC as well. Type of command and it starts up. So when I want Shield Fix Daggerath, it's there. I turn the thing on, run it too. I'm in Daggerath. There's no waiting. My impatience is served. So yeah, I'm right there with you on the drive wire thing. I have a Raspberry Pi with all of my stuff drive wired to it, so that they can talk to each other and it. And I'm a huge fan of that. But it pairs well with the CoCo SDC. So it's not a either or. It's a and so
yeah.
Cool. Hey Dave, Sixie, the author of Xroar Emulator, said possibly the best way to get over "I'm never going to be able to do that" is just to do it. Trite, but it does kind of help. So just do it.
Didn't in my case.
Is that in regard to soldering on my CoCo board?
That could be. I don't know specifically. He'll probably chip in here in a minute and tell.
And finishing your Moon Patrol.
Yeah, and your Moon Patrol.
Finishing
Oh, they're that like yeah. Yeah, 60 is one of those, his hardware and software guys designed his own 512K RAM upgrade for the CoCo 3, for example. So
he also built his own Dragon 64 board.
Yep.
And has it up. And designed Xroar, the emulator that does
By the way,
and the Dungeons
on
game.
Xroar.
And,
I really like Xroar. MAME I use because the debugger is very nice. And I know Xroar has an ability to interface with GDB, which I haven't done, but I love the look of Xroar. It's like you can choose whether you want the video to try to simulate that NDSC blurriness or not. And I say no. Like I like it all sharp, and Xroar looks beautiful on my screen, and it comes out really nice in the videos, and it works. And it's easy. So Xroar I really like.
Yeah, and he just brought out a new version here. Actually, it'll be on the news later today here. So 1.4.1325. I can't remember the number now.
The blurriness is nice if you're working with especially NTSC with especially doing artifact coloring or dithering, because then the blurriness kind of it looks a little bit more.
Yeah, that's when you start getting the yellows and the cyans and stuff mixed in with the red, blue, white, black type thing. You can get some subtle shades.
There's some mode on Xroar that I think is on by default where you get those extra colors. I forget what it's called, but there's like a simple artifacting, and then there's like the less simple artifacting. It's not blurry, but you end up getting more than just the orange and blue. You get like a little bit of extra stuff that I've noticed.
Yeah, which is what the real CoCos did back in the day on the actual TV sets. And a lot of the
Six-
games were designed for
60 said, I put a lot of work into making those videos look as bad as possible.
that. Yeah, to
Thank
make
you,
it look like the
60.
real thing. Yeah. Now, have you tried VCC or OVCC and some of the other CoCo emulators? I mean, there's a bunch if you go back in time.
I'm going to say something that's super stupid, but since I did not own a CoCo 3, I don't have nostalgia for the CoCo 3.
You're not the only one who said that.
So it's a strange thing because at the time when I was a kid, I would have loved a CoCo 3. I wanted one. It would have been great. I could have done so much more stuff with it. It had all these other display modes. There were games that only worked on the CoCo 3. I wanted one. I can have one now for free. And I'm like, yeah, but it's cheating. It's just not the same. I don't deserve one. Like there just isn't that draw to it that I would have had if I had it. So because of that VCC, I think that's CoCo 3 only. Is that right?
Well, I mean, CoCo 3 was backwards compatible, so it runs CoCo 1 and 2. You just got the advantage. Like if you want to do strictly CoCo 1 and 2 on VC or in a real CoCo 3 for that matter, you can do it because it emulates it like 99%. There's a couple of odd semi-graphics modes that don't work, but everything else works. But you can also kick the entire machine to full double speed. So the speed up poke on the CoCo 1 and 2 speeds up the ROM routine. So basic runs 30, 40% faster. But of course, your program's still in RAM, your variables are still in RAM, the screen's still in RAM. So you don't get a speed up there. But on the CoCo 3, everything runs double.
Interesting.
So a lot of people did that. Like when they bought the CoCo 3, you play like Marble Maze, for example. And that was a game that scrolled a little bit slow because it's doing the entire screen. You do a double speed poke in the CoCo 3, and all of a sudden it's a whole new game. That's all you had to do. But
interesting. Even though they were still using the CoCo 2 version of the game, they were able to get it to go much faster on the CoCo 3. Cool.
Yeah. Plus you have palettes too. So like all the modes, not just the CoCo 3 modes, but the CoCo 1 and 2 graphics modes, you have control over the colors now. So if you don't like the colors that the game had to pick because the VDG chip is hard coded, like the one mode has green, yellow, blue, red, the other has white / buff, cyan, magenta, and orange. And sometimes those look good and sometimes they look terrible. So you can actually just do a couple palette commands and change it. Okay, I want green to be black, and I want yellow to be blue, and I want orange to be magenta, or whatever it happens to be. You got 64 colors to choose from. And Nick, you still have that on your site where we had the little launcher we patched a few for the CoCo 3 just to change palettes. That's all we did.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, I'd have to look.
Yeah, because we patched about 10 games, and I know Mr. Dave's done a bunch of them too, where you can actually just tweak them to whatever you like, make your own individualized version. It's just a couple palette commands.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, trying to get you to try the CoCo 3 stuff.
Get rid of that.
I'm so set in my ways. How do we get this guy to crack open his CoCo 2 or try a CoCo 3 or something new?
Well, he's trying to get you into Nitrous 9 ease of use.
Yeah, this is a long way around. I have to try to get him to try OS9 level 1 or Nitrous 9 level 1 for the CoCo 2 first, because then he's still scratching that nostalgia itch.
Actually, I don't know if you were saying that as a joke, but I would probably be more interested in trying that first. I would probably be more interested in trying something that would have worked on my CoCo 2 and that literally can still work. Like I could, still with DriveWire run that on my CoCo 2. That would probably be more appealing than going all the way into the modern day.
Great.
Yeah. OS9 level 1 came out at the tail end of the CoCo 1's life. That was up before the CoCo 2's came out. So came out in fall of 83 for the CoCo. I mean, it'd been out in general since 1980, but
what was the minimum RAM it needed on a CoCo 1?
64.
Okay.
Yeah. And Tandy themselves actually sold the 64K color computer. It was the white case, but full size CoCo 1 case with a melted keyboard in the fall of 83, beginning of 84. And that was their first 64. The CoCo 2s came out about 2 months later, I think.
Nice. Okay.
So, but yeah, you could upgrade all the old CoCo 1s to 64K too. It just the earlier board revisions, the harder it got. Not impossible, but cutting traces on the circuit board, which always scared me. And if Rick in them, that's just old hat. Yeah, because it's interesting. Like you've had some experience with Unix and Linux, and that's kind of what OS9's based on, though individualized a little bit, and you also cramming it into an 8-bit machine type thing. So there's a lot of familiarity there, and you have things like subdirectories and C compilers and all kinds of stuff you can fiddle with there too. So that might scratch a nostalgic itch along with some stuff that's a bit more modern, but still beyond your CoCo 1 and 2. So
put it together. It's all fine, Dave. Give it a try.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think most of us in the panel would say that probably the best upgrade you can get for any CoCo these days is the SDC, though. because that gives you the ability to use the drive wire, the SD cards. If you want to quickly back up your entire collection, just put in your PC and copy everything. It has basic enhancements added into it for stuff, extra commands for manipulating what type of drives you're doing. It's got some of these new streaming features and stuff too. That's some new games coming out that will be using that kind of thing, because you can actually put, like, say, a sound file with a full music soundtrack, and you can actually have it stream in the background during your gameplay type thing.
Crazy.
There's all kinds of stuff you can do with it. So it's probably, I think, the best upgrade you can get, besides maybe, getting the RAM up to a certain point. If you have 4K, you probably should upgrade. Yeah, type thing.
And not to mention the fact that floppy disks themselves nowadays are falling apart. You can't buy fresh, brand new manufactured floppies. So you're going to be using, some 20-year-old floppy disk, which is deteriorating.
Yeah, I mean, my floppies, most of mine still work, but I like you, same experience as you. I think I had better luck getting old stuff to work off cassettes. They seem to be more robust than discs. So most of my discs work. I have a few that they were kind of acting up even back then. I think I just had some crap discs. But now, did you, when you mentioned that you'd gone through your cassettes and you said almost all of them worked, did you have the same with discs too, or did you have as much on discs?
Almost all the floppies worked. The cassettes, it was maybe more like 50.
Oh, sorry, I had it backwards. So it was the cassettes that you had more iffy.
But I haven't gone through all of them yet. So the stats might change the more cassettes I try. But the ones I've tried so far, it's been like joy mixed with frustration, and then more joy, and then more frustration. It was quite a roller coaster. But yeah, I don't know. Like, they're all stored in the same place. They're all treated the same way. But for whatever reason, some of them just, I guess, something happened to the tape. It expanded, it contracted, some hardware thing. And they just, like, when you listen to them, they sound sick. Like,
okay.
They like, like a wavy kind of, not like that crystal clear, like you expect it more like, like, not good.
Okay.
Sounds like the cassette player might be slipping the belts.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you know the age of the tapes relative? Like, was it ones that after a certain while, maybe your cassette belt was starting to wear out or lost a tooth or something on the belt and started skipping, or?
If so, the tape recorder I used to record them is not what I'm using to play them back, because that's toast. The tape recorder's gone. So I'm using something that's newer, that is, it works. I think it's not causing the problem, but you're right. Maybe the old cassette tape recorder recorded it in a weird way, and then it played it back in a similarly weird way, and then it canceled each other out, and it was able to load. And now that I don't have that, maybe the speed was slightly off. It's possible. I don't know.
Did you do the time-honored fast forward and rewind a couple of times before you try to?
Yeah, try to loosen the tape. Sometimes they get really compacted when they're rewinding this.
You're giving me hope. I should have. I knew to do that, and I didn't do that. I should do that. Maybe I can get some of these things to work.
Yeah, double check on what type of cassette player you're playing it on. Also, some of the newer ones have automatic gain control, and that can cause some issues with the playback. The tones won't be correct.
Right. This is not that new, but yes, okay. I know what you're saying. This one it's new enough that it's not broken, but it's still quite old.
Does it have a counter at least this time?
No.
Traditionalist. You don't need no stinking counter.
He's keeping everything as retro when he grew up. He doesn't want anything added on there. Keep counters down. Wait, that's too new. Okay, so I thought kind of gone through your history now, and I'll still keep bugging you about the CoCo 3 at some point. But when you decided to get back into it, you said you're having the nostalgia. You thought about taking it a few times, but it was getting fewer and fewer, and then you kind of like really, after seeing some YouTube videos and start. So that got you back into using the CoCo. What prompted you to actually start a YouTube channel?
I think it was a combination of all the other YouTube videos I'd seen, which they inspired me, and I felt like these people are doing me a favor. I mean, it's really nice that it's not easy to get the camera aimed at the right place and do all the editing and to plan through, what are you going to do for a video and not make it super boring. So that's effort that people did that I benefited from. And I felt like, maybe I could do that too. I had already been doing a lot of video editing just for like family stuff, personal stuff. So I already have a video editor, and I already have like a kind of a workflow of getting that done. I have, audio equipment, so I could do certain kinds of music or certain kind of audio stuff. So I had everything there. I kind of liked doing it. And then I was kind of inspired by these other videos I saw. So I thought, why not document my journey back into enjoying the CoCo? So what I did was I refused to post anything until I proved to myself that I was serious. Because sometimes I get ideas and I'm like, oh, I'm going to totally do this. And then I like,
It never happens.
fizzle out. I'm like, all right, if you're serious about this, let's see you make, I don't know what it was, 8 videos. If you can make 8 videos, then you're allowed to start posting them. So I made like all the videos. In fact, I'm going to look at my list.
Yeah, because I think you started the drive wire one.
Started with the drive wire. I did the animation of that like hole, that 3D mathematical function, the joysticks, the Donkey King, like basically up until I got to the virtual instrument that I made out of the sounds coming out of my growling CoCo. Until I got to that point, I said, okay, you've proven yourself. And then I made the intro video. So the intro video, like one of the benefits of doing all this stuff ahead of time is now I had all this footage that I could like edit together.
Yeah, because you have a bunch of
like
background footage while you're
song.
doing the theme song type thing.
So, and the theme song was made using that virtual instrument. So once I had like that done and I made the intro video, I said, okay, we'll start posting, but you can't stop making. So you got to keep on making. So at that point, I was like very comfortably a few weeks ahead. And now I'm less comfortably maybe 1 week ahead. So you know how these things go, oh, look how much time I have. Look, okay, better keep going. So that's sort of where I'm at right now. But that's sort of, I guess, the genesis of it was like the experience I had, the YouTube videos I saw, and then that decision to like buffer myself for like a month or so before I start posting.
Okay. And then I guess to talk about your theme, so you basically did CoCo Town, which is the name of the channel, and it's based in Funky Town, an old 80s song. Yeah. What inspired you to pick that particular as a theme? And did you come with a name first, or did you take the song and you were transposing your own lyrics on it?
The name came from the theme. I don't even know how these things end up getting decided. There's some kind of committee up here, and then they let me know and they come to a decision, and I'm not really sure how that happens. But
you just follow orders.
At some point, I thought Funky Town, CoCo Town. That's it. That's what we're doing, folks. Don't ask why. That's just how it's going to go. So and then I just double checked that there wasn't already a TRS-80 color computer channel called CoCo Town. That was like after actually I started doing this stuff. And I discovered there's plenty of channels called CoCo Town, but none of them that I saw.
The CoCo itself, yeah.
The TRS-80 color computer.
Okay. And then, of course, you've done some pretty interesting videos. I mean, you covered a couple of them just briefly here. One was when you took the sign-based, 3-dimensional hat thing and flipped it around, where you basically rendered a whole bunch of stuff of different animation frames, and then you put them together, I'm assuming, on the PC afterwards. I don't think you tried
that was the most tedious thing that I've done to date. So I used XRoar to render each frame. I ran XRoar in its like turbo mode, the Shift F12, but it would still take 1 or 2 minutes per frame, and the video itself is a couple of minutes. So it's a lot of frames. And each one I would like use the Windows snip with a mouse, and I would like click the window to snip it and then save it to a file. And then I would have like 4 running at the same time, each doing a different frame, so that I wouldn't have to wait. So like one would be ready, and then I would snapshot it, save it, started doing the next frame, and then another one would be ready. And I would do this for like 30 minutes or an hour before I couldn't take it anymore. And I would stop and I would come back to it. And then I assembled those snapshots using the video software.
So the actual snapshots, these are like PC Windows snapshots. They're not like saving the actual bin file.
Correct. Nothing was done on that one. Nothing was done on a physical CoCo. and all of the assembling was done literally just on Windows itself. Not even the emulator made the frames, but the assembling was done outside.
The reason I was asking is I was hoping you might have saved the bin files, like save them, where the screen is type thing. Because if you had those with a CoCo 3 with 512K or even one of the new 2 or 8 meg upgrades, I'm sure you could do that full animation on a real CoCo. You would just page flip them all, which would make a cool demo.
Using, how would I make it be fast? Like I understand.
Well, if you preload them all, then you're just changing the pointer to where the screen is in memory to display it.
There enough memory to load? There's a lot of frames. I don't know if there's
2 meg and 6K per screen, so that would be 2,000 divided by 6. That's how many frames you get. Well, a little bit less, but
you need a CoCo 3. 2 megs.
Oh well, I'm not. I don't deserve one of them.
Because I remember, I don't know if you saw this one in Rainbow, but Rainbow had one called Tumbrella, I think it was. It was P mode 0, so it's like a 128 by 96 2 colors, so it's a bit fatter pixels, K.5 per screen, and they did 18 frames of a 3D umbrella spinning in space.
Cool.
And that fit on a 32K machine. So you just basically loaded all these different images in, and they just, it's the equivalent of doing like P mode, 1,1, 1,2, 1,3, except you have a lot more range in assembly. Right. And of course, since you're doing assembly, you obviously could do that pretty simple, but yeah, you can just tell it whereabouts do you want the screen to start displaying at. You actually have to slow it down, because if you just zipped it through, it'd just be a blur.
That's cool. No, I haven't seen that one. I have seen some programs that will do some kind of like 3D rotation, some kind of animation. I don't think they were that slick though.
Yeah, there's some like I know Hot Cocoa did one called Display, and it's basically you get it up to 26 points and up to 26 lines, and you can rotate it on X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I think that might be the one that I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a few of those using some games like Space Wreck by Spectral. It has that kind of an engine too, where it does the, it kind of simulates the Star Trek simulator from the arcade with wireframe. But yeah, you definitely could do that. So that one, you've just explained how that one was done. And then if I go into some of the other videos you've done recently, probably from that first generation set there, like you did the music board one. Sorry, go ahead.
We have a question from the chat. Did you have any failures with your CoCos as you were making the videos? And if yes, were they hardware, software, or both? That's from
failures. Like anything involving code that I wrote failed all the freaking time. Like, I show you my code. I walk through my code, and it looks like I'm some kind of a flawless programmer because you only see the last version. But my God. In fact, I'm thinking one of the other videos I'm going to be posting is like the mistakes I always make over and over and over again when typing in assembly. I'm such an idiot. I keep making these same mistakes over and over again. So there are certainly operator failures all the time, but
not editor failures.
Pardon?
But not editor failures for editing the video afterwards.
I don't know. I hope so, but who knows? Something might have slipped by me. There's none that I know of because I'm the one editing it, but maybe there are problems there too. But yeah, the emulators have been working great for me. My CoCo has been working great for me. So in terms of the hardware,
aside from the sound and video stuff you were talking about earlier. Because one that I found pretty inspirational, and it's, I don't know how to describe it, but basically you have samples that you've made into an instrument thing where you can actually play songs based on CoCo output sounds. And even your theme is a mixture of standard play and sound type commands mixed with some sound effects from games, etc. Do you have a natural knack for doing music stuff? Like, did you use the Composer or Musica or any of that type of stuff back in the day?
I did, yeah. Like, so as a kid, I took piano. And so that's where my main training is, piano. And then I moved on to keyboards and stuff. So I like composing music. I like, assembling different layers of sounds on top of each other and trying to make something sound richer than one person should legally be allowed to ever do. The virtual instrument was sort of something down that path as well, where you're in BASIC and you're on your CoCo and you can do one tone at a time and you liked it. But, wouldn't it be nice if you could play as many of those as you want and you don't lose any fidelity? Like with assembly language, you can kind of do all sorts of things, but it just gets worse and worse quality the more complex you make it. But what if you could, on your piano keyboard, your electronic keyboard, play those tones as many as you want at a time. And so I had seen these other videos. These wouldn't be CoCo videos, but they were more like music videos from folks who create music or create sound design. And I was introduced to this thing called Decent Sampler and Piano Book. So Decent Sampler is a free plugin that you can use to just add sounds to your music software. So for example, you don't have a guitar, but you can like download a guitar sound, or you don't have a drum set, but you can download a drum set sound. And then you can assemble that into your own songs as much as you like. And one of these videos showed how easy it is to make your own sound library, your own virtual instrument, which I never thought was doable. And I think it wasn't for a long time. It was really just the purview of these professional developers who would make these sound libraries. But now, if you just author a little bit of XML and you have the WAV files, you can put something into Decent Sampler and now play it.
So like dogs barking or something like that. You can do all kinds of things.
Yeah. And in fact, by the way, if you scroll through Piano Book, it's pianobook.co.uk. You scroll through them and you see all these freely. You will find the weirdest things. Like someone will say, I don't know, my coffee cup. And like it's just their coffee cup, with different, you hit it on this end and that end or whatever, and you can play that like a musical instrument or as part of sound design or something. So I thought, well, if some of these weird things can be put up there, surely I could make something musical out of the CoCo. So I had like one patch that would do just those tones. But then I had other patches that would take stuff from other games and things. So like all those sound effects you hear in the theme, they're all from this virtual instrument, which then in turn stole from all these various games and commands and programs. So some stuff I wrote, some stuff that I just had access to. So I've had fun playing around with that, and it's been on now Piano Book for a while. Been up there for I guess 2-3 weeks or 4 weeks or so, and so there's I think another song up there, one that I posted on my channel that you can hear the theme, but also this other, I think I call it demo song.
Okay.
CoCo Retro demo song. So it's cool. You can like use it and make music with it.
Yeah. Now you mentioned like one of the first two cartridges you got was the music cartridge from Radio Shack, which was a 2-voice.
Yes.
Did you ever get into the other CoCo ones, like I mentioned before, like Musica and Lyra?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, you asked that. I kind of skipped over that. So I did play around with the music cartridge, and I liked it. And then I found Musica, and I realized no, Musica is what it because you can do 4 with that, right? I think
4 at once, and you actually get musical staffs and notes and stuff if you read music. Yeah.
So yes, I would enter some songs, so I have a semi-decent relative pitch. Like I have no absolute pitch, but I can like relative pitch. If you play me a song, I kind of know what it is in the key of C. I'll just like my mind will transpose it to the key of C. So I did use Musica to take like a couple songs that might have been popular at the time and like do my version of them in Musica, and I had fun with that.
And then the next stage of that, like some of the people that did a lot of music on the CoCo eventually went to MIDI, which the CoCo 1 and 2 had lots of support for. There's multiple programs, up to 16 voice tracks, and you can even record off the keyboard live you're playing. And then the CoCo 3 added a bunch more like Ultimuse and a bunch of others. Did you ever fiddle with the MIDI stuff on the CoCo at all?
No, I don't know when that stuff came out, but I was never aware of it.
84, 85-ish.
Say it again?
I think it was around, maybe not 84, 85-ish, I think, when Lyra came out, or Lyra, however you pronounce that. It supported MIDI right off the box.
So Lyra does sound like something I might have gotten from a BBS.
Yeah, because that supported up to 4 voices on the native speaker, but it supported up to 8 voices if you had a MIDI synth plugged into it.
Wow.
And you just needed like the drive wire, you just needed the cable, and you could play on it. You couldn't record off that cable, but that you needed some hardware to keep up.
Unfortunately, I never got into that, never accessed that. I think really the first time I started doing any kind of MIDI music stuff was probably on the Macintosh SE. I think that's when it started.
Okay. There's a whole other set of stuff you can explore. You can even edit the envelopes and change the voices a little bit stuff too. So it's pretty cool. Lyra, the biggest I think change there besides the MIDI support was the fact that it was mouse driven. So you can actually just click where you wanted to put your quarter note and click on the 8th note down there and drag it up and do all that kind of stuff. So
a good use for a mouse.
Yeah.
I just used those joysticks.
Yeah. I was just going to say that's what I use because I didn't get the mouse for a while. And now the later videos you've been doing, you've been delving into the assembly language within BASIC. So you're kind of getting into like jumping into routines in the ROMs, either official ones like Polecat, et cetera, or, directly calling stuff, which I remember Radio Shack always used to warn us, don't do that because we might update the ROM and it might move. And boy, did that ever happen in the early 80s. The disk one in particular, Telewriter completely bust. This is before 64, but 1.0 DOS or disk extended BASIC to 1.1, almost everything broke because everybody was making direct calls, and then everything moved just to insert the DOS command. I remember that was really bad. So now that the ROMs are fairly stable, haven't changed in a while. So
fairly stable. Radio Shack, I don't think they're doing anything more.
There are some extended and changed ROMs. I think Tim Linder's working on, what's he call that one? Mark Overs, do you remember? It's the one that lets you have like up to 56K in BASIC if you only have a color BASIC ROM because he's shifting everything up. He has a name for it. I can't remember.
Blanchy Basic.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Also, George Cuff has a question on the music side. Did you ever play with the Orchestra 90?
No, I've heard of it, but I have not played with it.
Yeah, that was our stereo 8-bit card from Radio Shack. Did you ever play the Sound Speech Pack? It was another thing that could do multi-voice music.
No, that's actually something I was curious to just kind of try out now, in modern times, because that sounds really cool. That's something I would have really enjoyed playing around with back then. But
I know MAME supports it. It actually emulates the speech and the sound chip part of it, so you can actually do all that.
Cool.
Did you fiddle with speech synthesis? Because there was some software solutions like Speak Up that you could actually get to talk that you might have found on a BBS somewhere.
I'm trying to. I don't think I did. I don't think I found those for the CoCo. I did play with it on like the Macintosh. There's a thing called Talking Moose on the Macintosh, which is just like a wireframe drawing of a moose, and it would like try to move its mouth in relation to what you were typing in. I thought that was hilarious. But on the CoCo, I don't think so. A little bit though. I did make a math flashcard program when I was young. And I recorded my voice on a cassette tape as like an introduction to tell you how to play it. And so in the basic code, there was like an audio on, motor on command. Yeah. So you would hear my voice coming through the TV, and then like my voice would say, "All right, you have to hit stop now. Hit stop on the." But it was such a cool thing to hear me coming out of the TV. I remember that, but that's not really speech synthesis. But I just had.
Yeah, I mean, Tandy did that too. They had their educational series. I know one we've covered that Ron really likes and I really like too is they interviewed Clyde Tombaugh, the guy that discovered Pluto when he was still alive, and he actually had a thing that was talking about the discovery of Pluto, and actually had his real voice on the cassettes from Tandy. And would load the program, draw some graphics, and they would play his real voice talking about whatever we're showing and on to the next scene, etc. So yeah, that was
I didn't know they did that. That's great. That's a really cool thing.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of educational ones. There's ones for teaching Spanish. There's one for teaching economics. There was a whole bunch of these educational. I can't remember the name of the series. There's one YouTuber that actually has gone through and like played the entire thing for every one of these tapes. So like half an hour per video. And he's got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 dozen of them from all the ones Tandy put out. Kind of multimedia before there was multimedia.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're getting more to the ROM routines now. Now you'd mentioned you had started doing assembly when you were younger. Had you explored that back then, and you're kind of getting reacquainted now, or is this totally new to you this time around?
So back then, I kind of learned just what I needed to learn to scroll some graphics for my beloved Moon Patrol game that never got finished. So yeah, I went through the William Barton Jr. book, but I didn't have any access, say, to the Unraveled series. And without that, like, there was no way in the world I was ever going to look into the basic ROMs. But now everything that was ever made is up on the Color Computer Archive. My gosh.
Not quite. We're missing a few good chunks still.
Okay. Everything I've ever heard of, I guess, is up on there, plus plenty I haven't. And that Unraveled series, I can't even imagine what went into the making of that series, like people like making sense of those ROM routines. But I thought it would be interesting if I were to get into assembly language programming again to make use of these really cool things that are already there in the ROM. So like, why not? So the first thing I wanted to do. I just said, okay, I want random numbers. All right, I'll call the random number routine. and I looked at it and it started talking about this FPA0 thing. Like, what is
floating
this
point accumulator
FPA0
zero?
thing?
Yeah.
What is this? And so I said, oh, I guess I have to learn about this first. So that's when like the floating point videos came out. And it was like, all right, now I need to like print some of these numbers. Oh, I guess I have to convert numbers to strings first. And so there was a video on that, and then I have to print things, and then there's like more coming up. So I'm sort of on this path where like the goal is to call R&D. Like it seems very anticlimactic, but there's like a boatload of videos before I'm even going to be calling R&D. And then after that, there's still more to come because I wanted random numbers for a reason. So there's still going to be more coming after that where you're going to see what I'm going to do with the random numbers. And then like with that, it seems like more steps get generated each time I think I'm on to the next step. Like, okay, I think now that I have this, I want to do this. Oh, in order to do this, I need to do these 5 things first. So it feels like a never-ending series because the more forward progress I make, I'm actually the goalpost has been moved like 10 times further out. So I feel like there's like an infinite amount of material I have that I can be posting.
Yeah. One thing I really liked about your videos on that is that you're kind of doing a complementary to what Alan Huffman's been doing on his Subetha blogs, where he just does the text version, but he's been delving into how strings work and how floating point numbers work and that kind of stuff too. But some people are much more visually learning oriented. Like if you just read some dry thing, they just can't grasp it. But if you put it in a video, now I suddenly get it type thing. So it's really good. I think that both of you are giving both 2 different approaches, kind of covering some of the same stuff. You guys are kind of going off on your own stuff too. But for somebody who wants to learn this kind of stuff, there's now alternative ways to do it. And whatever's your strong suit, pick one or the other, or better yet, watch both because then you tend to grasp it a lot better.
Yeah,
now, have you ever referred to his stuff? Have you referred to his stuff?
I have. So he and also Glenn, I think is it Glenn Hewlett, his blog, Nowhere Man.
Yeah, that's Glenn Hewlett.
So both of them have been teaching me stuff. So a lot of the stuff that I'm posting isn't stuff of, I'm the expert, here is how you do it. It's more like, I'm learning about stuff and I'm excited about it and it's cool and I want to share with you what I'm learning. So those 2 blogs have informed me about things like cross-platform assembling, LWASM, getting that set up. I've referenced both of them in a couple of the videos. If you look in the description, you'll see where I get all either my raw material.
Yeah, you have a really good set of links of everything that covers.
So they've been really helpful. A lot of the material I'm putting in is stuff that I'm basically discovering through the Unraveled series, and I may easily be reinventing stuff that's already in those blogs. Maybe it's coming out a little differently or it's going off in different directions, but a lot of it is also just sort of me learning about stuff by reading through Unraveled and writing code and running it and seeing like that one basic assembly hybrid code that I wrote to convert what you type to the floating point accumulator and so you see what the bytes are. Man, I use it all the time now because like, all right, I want to populate the accumulator with some kind of number. I don't want to do math in my head, man. So I run it and I'll like type it in and then it tells me what the byte should be and then I know what to put in there. So it's the writing of the code I find is really what's been teaching me the most is like just doing it myself. And so I want to share what I'm doing with other folks in case it ends up being useful to them. And so that's what I've been doing.
I think even Alan said that he liked the way you had done that particular video on how the floating point stuff works internally, because he said that actually clarified it even somewhat for him.
Oh, great. So thank you. That's nice to hear.
He knows it pretty well himself when going through it, the deep dives himself, but it's well presented in the videos. So
nice. You mentioned this other thing about like, some people learn better from reading, some people learn better from video. I'm actually one of those people who learn better from reading. Like, when I go and I look something up on the internet and the first result that comes back is a video, I'm like, I don't want to watch someone doing it. Just tell me what to do. Tell me what those 3 steps are. I don't want to watch someone doing it. But I do know there are people who like watching someone do it. So I'm like super happy to make a video that might be useful for some people, even though I'm not quite the audience for that. But I will say that when I was in that range of time before I got back into this myself and I was just watching videos, I could endlessly watch videos of people programming, not because I was like trying to learn a specific thing, but it just gave me that feeling of nostalgia of like, yeah, I want to watch someone having fun. That sounds pretty cool. And then someday I'm going to have fun too. So there's a little bit of that in there. But for the most part, when it comes to learning, I actually like reading. So those blogs are awesome.
Yeah, and just having the physical, like especially with PDFs now, where they make them searchable. You can search for a term, or they have the table of contents that you can just jump straight over. Like that's really handy.
Yeah. I use it all the time with the Unraveled books. I'm so glad. I don't remember the name of the person who did that, but he must have just retyped all of that in to make it.
Yeah, because some of the magazines back then did the same thing. Like I know Color Computer Magazine had a whole series for like almost a year. I think Rainbow did some, though that was more memory map oriented, and I think Color Computer News did a few of them too. Like that was just something the hobbyists did back then. Oh, I got a new ROM because I got a new computer. I got to figure out how everything works. And the first thing they do before they even start writing their own code is disassemble the ROM to figure out, if I can shortcut and I don't have to write this routine, I can just call this type thing. So that was just common. Apparently back then, that was a little bit before my time, where that would be just my go-to. I'll just disassemble it. Like that was
very impressive.
But I actually have all the original Unraveled books here. Like I bought those at Rainbow Fest, and it's great having those.
Nice.
Yeah, Walter Zidek.
He did the redid ones. I can't remember who did the original Spectrum. Was that Rosenbaum? One of the Rosenbaums? Can't remember. I don't know if they actually ever published who exactly did those. Trying to think. But yeah, Walter did the reconditioned ones. Like he's the one to scan them in his PDF and made them OCR and everything else. And he added some bits of his own. And there's some corrections. They had a few mistakes.
Pardon?
They had a few mistakes in the originals too. So Walter corrected as many of those as he could as well.
Wow. That's nice. Yeah, I was saying I just love being able to hit Control F and then typing something in. Like if you want to see all the references to a routine, like it's one thing to scan and find here's where R&D is defined. It's another thing. All right, where are all the places in the ROM that calls R&D? Where are all the places in the ROM that use FPA 0? It's so nice to be able to just do that and like scan, not with your eyes, but let the computer do the scanning for you and just do a find through it.
Yeah, totally agree. George Kupfa says, R&D and the CoCo actually used a pseudorandom number generated by negative timer. I found that interesting back in the day. I remember reading that trick in Rainbow that you wanted to reseed the timer.
Yeah, I did that all the time. R&D minus timer, right? Yeah.
Alan Murphy, who's actually on the panel, also mentioned in the chat here. He said Jeremy Spiller, who's the guy, game writer, did a couple great CoCo 3 games, some of the best ones ever made. Wrote an extension to the basic play statement to play multiple voice sounds from samples in BASIC. You could actually run them there. I do remember that. There was a Rainbow article.
Yeah, Super Play from Rainbow. It's like 1988, somewhere around there.
So you could do play with chords.
Yep.
Yes, and you can edit the waveform. He has a graphical waveform editor. So it'll build, I think, 14 waveforms from a math function that came with it, but you can then edit them and make whatever waveform you want. You pick 3 and put those in upper memory.
Wait, this was in Rainbow?
Yep.
Yes.
Just freely given away. That's really nice.
Yeah. I actually, like you're obviously aware of the archive here and all the stuff that's on there, but have you actually gone through all the magazines there? Because there's all the major magazines are there. There's a few that have some missing issues or some scans that went wonky. But for the majority there, like pretty well the whole run of Rainbow from issue 1 in 1981 right through 1993 is there.
Yeah, so. I have looked through a lot of them. This was another one of those activities I did before I was ready to pull out the CoCo for real. In addition to watching YouTube videos, I would like just kind of read through Rainbow. And I would like put myself back in my shoes in the 80s and like just reading that language that they would use when something new came out and they were excited about it, or they were announcing something new that's no longer new, but it was back then. There's just something kind of fun about that. So that's another activity I enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm going to guess right now you never got a chance to attend a Rainbow Fest or CoCo Fest in the past, even back in the heyday.
No, did not.
No, we'll definitely have to see if we can try to get you out to the next CoCo Fest or one of the next ones. I mean, there's it's a yearly thing, and some of the VCFs, if maybe that's more convenient, there's usually a pretty good CoCo contingent at some of them, so maybe you can hit one of those and kind of meet people. They're usually demonstrating stuff for new hardware, new software, etc. So you mentioned your move. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying anything's possible.
Now you mentioned this unfinished Moon Patrol game, so that sounds like that's an ultimate object of use to me. get it back and maybe see if you can finish it, or at least explore the journey of what would it have taken. Do you have any other ultimate projects? You don't have to reveal them here because, of course, you want people to keep watching your channel. But do you have any other ultimate goals that you may have created the channel to achieve that you plan on doing?
Yeah, so I keep like a running list of things that are like my maybes, like maybe I will try this, maybe I will try that. There's like a category of thing I haven't done much of, which is finding something that's available now that might be not obviously easy to run. Like, let's say a game, you can download it from the Color Computer Archive. It's kind of obviously easy to run. You can play with it. But there might be things that require a little bit of programming in order to make good use of it. So I think there's something about like the speech synthesis that maybe you could interface with it through assembly or through basic. I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but I feel like there's some stuff out there that I might be able to download and play around with and interface through code. So there might be some of those things that would make good videos where, here's how I made use of blah, and so people could see what I did. I like making these occasional animation montages of like some old graphics. Maybe it's animating, or maybe it's just like drawing and then putting that to music. So there might be some more of that I'll be doing in the future. The main focus right now is the assembly language track. So like I was saying, it's many, many, many steps to sort of some ultimate goals of writing some code that'll do stuff, and then getting the basic ROM routines that I need along the way and how to run them. And also making use of other features, like I might occasionally talk about some new MAME debugger feature that I found that I like, or some LWASM feature that I just started using that made my code a little easier to read. So that's probably where you're going to see most of my videos heading toward.
Your rewind time in the MAME debugger was a good one.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I use it. Like I have it configured. My batch file always does the dash rewind now, whether I think I'll need it or not, because the whole point is you don't think you're going to need it until you need it. So I just always run with it so I can go backward when I have to.
If you didn't need it, you just delete the log file I created and you're done. It's just not a big deal.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
But in the old days, we had to cram it onto a 150K disk, So.
In the old days, we're not in the old days anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think if there's other stuff people can expect to see. Kind of drawn a blank. I think there are some other ideas I wrote down. I'm just not remembering, but there'll be stuff. There'll be stuff. I haven't fizzled out yet.
Do you set yourself up with a schedule then? Like you want to achieve like 1 or 2 videos a week, or do you just do them when they're done, however long they take?
I do. I try to stay 1 to 2 weeks ahead, and I generally try to work on them every day, but I will reserve like maybe taking videos of myself. So I'll do an introduction where you actually see the human, and then most of it is just like a screenshots, but it's the human part. I'll maybe do that 2 or 3 times a week. And then like as I go, I'll just start, and so I'll start on a thing. The phases would be, I want to do the blah blah, and so I start typing up the code and said, oh no, I can't do the blah blah first. I have to do the blee first. So okay, I do the code for the blee, and then I do like the screen recording of that, and then I'll do like the shots of me introducing that, and then I'll do the editing. So I might be like in different phases of different videos at the same time. Like I might spend part of the day editing this older video and then part of the day working on the code for a newer video. So it's not very regimented in terms of what I'm doing each day, but I do try to do something every day. So I can keep up with it.
Okay. And do you have any interest of ever doing a live stream where people can actually watch you do it live and ask questions or make suggestions, that kind of thing?
I've not thought about that until you just said that. I don't know if that's something that people would care about. They
would. It's actually a segment we're planning. Mark Overholzer actually is in charge of it. It's going to be a tech segment, and not during the regular show time, but else time in the week or the weekend, where we're just going to pick, sometimes it'll be a hardware topic, sometimes it'll be a programming topic, whatever. And we're just, live interaction. We've done a couple of those as specialty shows back when the show was still called CoCo Talk, and they were pretty successful. So in fact, if you wanted not to have to worry about, doing all the streaming yourself, if you wanted to volunteer for one of those segments, just let Mark know and he'll set up OBS and everything else. And Yeah, you got
The only thing I would worry about that is people would be so turned off when they saw how slow and mistake riddled I am when I try to write code. I think there might be something a lot smoother about sort of seeing a couple steps along the way, but mainly sort of the final product. But that is an intriguing idea. So you're saying Mark is the guy to talk to about that, huh?
Yeah. What's your segment called again, Mark?
Called CoCo Tech, I guess.
CoCo Tech.
Yeah. But I wanted to
stepped away.
One thing. If people are willing to watch the Game On Challenge live, then they're more than willing to watch you on your CoCo.
That is absolutely true.
I don't know. There might be a lot more fun to watching people playing games than people writing assembly code. I don't know.
I know there's streamers that do C++ code that do a 2-hour show every night. So there's an audience for it. Let's put it that way. Like, I was surprised how many people showed up for a couple that we did. And they were just impromptu, like they weren't even planned. Just somebody got, I'd like to learn some basic 9. And I said, yeah, actually, I could do a little stream showing a couple of routines there. And it ended up being like, I don't know, 4-hour show or something silly on a Saturday night. And we had like 20, 30 people watching by the end of it. I was going, holy crap.
Interesting.
Well, it's fun to watch people mess up. It makes you think maybe I can do this too.
Yeah, because when, like you said before, when you get these polished videos and you just see the final result, it's got, geez, this guy's a genius. I'll never do that, so I'm not going to try. So if you watch somebody actually, live going, what the heck did I do wrong there? Why did it do that? Why did it crash? Actually, that does egg them on and go, I've done the same thing. And then when you do figure it out, then they kind of go, oh, that's how you figure out how to fix that, type of thing. So they're still learning, and you're still learning, obviously, too, at the same time. So it actually does work.
I can certainly offer the mess ups. That is value I can provide. Yes.
Plenty of blood.
I see Marco is back here. So Mark, did you want to kind of plug your CoCo Tech segment?
CoCo Tech. Oh, yeah. When are we going to do that? I'm waiting for you and that Canadian
discussing
guy
that because he might be interested in that.
I'm intrigued with the idea. I had never thought about doing like a live streaming coding thing, but I don't know if you have older versions that I could look at to get an idea of what these things are like. I'd be curious to learn more.
You would be the older version.
Well, the idea behind CoCo Tech, by the way, CoCo Talk, or the CoCo Nation now, is all about just throwing stuff together and seeing what sticks to the wall. And it's actually worked really good for 6 years. So we just keep doing it every week. But anyway, CoCo Tech. So a few years ago, we were talking about, the whole CoCo Nation type of thing. It's not just the live stream we do every Saturday. There's a possibility to do other stuff. So we've added the game segment. So we play that on Thursdays. It's 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So it's 5 my time because I'm Pacific time zone. But I've also thought for years it'd be nice to have a deeper dive into doing my cat. Yes, cat. I've thought it'd be nice to do a deeper dive and not have to just skim the surface on some technical things. So I know that some of the stuff on Nitrous 9 would be really cool to deep dive into. Basically, talk about it, have questions, do it interactively some evening. And then also other things too. I mean, we've got a plethora of sound cards that are available, and Robert Allen Murphy there has delved into most of them in the last couple of years, so he'd be a good person to tap into for that. And Rick Eulen here, he's got a network card that he built, and he has the CoCo Keyfix and a bunch of other hardware things. And so I'm thinking there'd be some really good topics that we could spend, a couple hours, maybe 2 or 3 hours on just a particular area or subset of an area, and just focus on technical things. So I've got a graphic. Thank you, Ron Delvaux. And we've got the basic streaming stuff set up. So we just need to pull the trigger. I was hoping to do Nitrous 9, some kickoff stuff with that, maybe with Basic 09 for starters. And,
I think Ken and I are going to do that one because we've done a few at the actual fests as part of the live seminars and stuff here. But having a free floating open, whatever, how long it takes, I think would be good. We did an impromptu one, I think, before you started that tech one, because I did find it again some time ago. And like I was talking about, it was actually quite successful. There was quite a few people that were watching it and asking questions, and sometimes they were stumping me. I'm not an expert on it. I know a bit of it, but
and we're all learning. It's like I know a bit about Nitrous 9 and OS 9, but only a little bit, and I'd like to learn more about Basic 09. And definitely, Deke is our C compiler guru on Nitrous 9, and he's done a whole bunch of improvements on the library and the compiler. So there's some stuff to be said there too. I like C as my preferred language, so I'd be willing to spearhead some stuff on that and get Deke on here to talk about it. And so there's just a lot of cool CoCo stuff. And I'm not originally a CoCo guy. I'm an Apple guy. I bought my first Apple IIe in 1983, November, and I've had it. My parents still have it. I'll get it again someday. But I've only been a CoCo guy since 2012. I got a CoCo 3. I actually bought an Apple IIe Platinum from a guy. It came with a CoCo 3, also new in box.
There's a free add-on.
That's a free add-on. Yep.
Now they're $400 or $500 just to buy on eBay.
Yep. So now I've got 2 CoCo 3s and 2 CoCo 1s and 4 CoCo 2s and a Tano Dragon. So
Wow.
anyway,
Nouveau CoCo.
I'm Nouveau CoCo, and yes, it is my latest system. I also have a Commodore SX64. That's the portable SX, and some Timex Sinclairs, including my original kit one put together back in 1983, I think it was. So, anyway, yes, I really like the CoCo and I like the community. That's why I'm here. And yes, we're going to do CoCo Tech. So we're getting our act together, and we'll start doing that here soon.
Yeah, we've had some assembly language tutorial series, like Steve Bjork, famous game author, did a series which you might have seen. George, what is his last name? I'm just pulling a blank.
Jensen, George J.
Yeah, George Jensen, who did a lot of OS9 programming back then, but he did a beginner's assembly language tutorial thing too. But those weren't really live and interactive. They were somewhat live and interactive, but they were a segment of the show, so we had a time limit. Whereas these can be open-ended. So if things are going really well and the audience is really interactive with you and you're just on a roll type thing, if you want to take 3 hours, go. If it's something very simple, it could be 20 minutes. So there's no fixed, schedule or fixed, format of the show type thing. It's whatever works for you, whoever the presenter is, and works for the audience.
Yeah, and my idea is to go as deep as need to be. Some things may not need to be that deep, but let's give it a show, and that's all recorded for the future. So.
Yeah, on the Game On, I mean, some of them are only an hour and a half, and some of them, I mean, we've had some that have lasted 4 or 5 hours. It all depends on the
participation,
participation and interest.
Who falls asleep first?
Yeah,
that's just like the show itself. Like interviews have ranged from 45 minutes to 4 hours. So
yeah,
I'm not going to push you for the 4 hours today.
I mean, we've had people that are like really engaged, while there's our well, we won't name names, but someone was snoring on the show once.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I think that's happened more than once from what I remember.
And I will let you know that when you're streaming, the two main things that people that really draw in the people are, one, are your screw ups and failures, and two, the final working product. So they seem to thrive on that. I watch a lot of streams that show people working on hardware, and everyone either wants to see the magic smoke released or the thing working.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting a live blooper reel with a final product result at the same time. So.
Right.
Why do you think
everybody loves a train
is so popular?
Yep. Well, I can tell you that my next 2 videos are all just my failures. So I was like desperately trying to do a thing, and then I was just totally surprised by the result. And then I was like pounding my head like, of course that's what would happen. Why would you think otherwise? So that's actually what you're going to be seeing next week are 2 of my, and they were
reels or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. The other benefit of having it live is that when you're doing something, the more eyes, the more chances of problems being seen and found sooner.
Or they'll come up with an alternative solution you never would have thought on your own type thing. That's happened to me a few times. So
yeah.
Except for Nick. Nick's a perfect programmer. He never makes mistakes. So
yeah, I don't do bugs.
I guess it'd be like crowdsourcing, having a group consensus come together and try to solve a problem.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely, if you're interested, just contact Mark on our Discord, and if you ever want to do that or give it a try anyway to see what it would work like for you.
Yeah, actually, that does sound cool.
Actually, didn't Jumping Joey come off of one of those sessions?
What was that, Mark?
Yes, it did.
Didn't Jumping Joey come off of one of those sessions?
Yes, it did actually.
Really?
It created a game. There you go.
Like one of those sessions resulted in Jumping Joey? Like it was the seed?
Wow. It was. It helped it evolve the name, the idea. Yeah.
Another example is Rick Adams when he did Bomb Threat, because we had an interview with him where he mentioned this was a game he'd shopped around, but nobody wanted to sell it. And he
Right before
lost
the
the
Coco
game. He
3
lost
came
the
out.
source code, and he had a videotape that he did for his kids showing that playing. That's all he had left. And he had enough interest from all of us, watching the video and watching the interview with him, that he eventually recreated the entire game from scratch and sold it on ROM card.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it sometimes works out really well. Maybe we'll cajole you into doing the rest of the Moon Patrol faster. I don't know. Anyway, it sounds like you've got some good stuff coming in the can here, and I'll be watching the blooper reel style things here, just because that's kind of what I do every day. So might as well share the pain. I'm out of questions myself. I think we've covered your channel. We've covered the fact that you've got the source code now in a blog, which Mark had posted in the chat earlier, so it'll be part of the video. We kind of went through your history with the CoCo, how you got back into it, how you decided to start the YouTube channel. So I'm pretty well out of questions myself. Anybody else in the panel? And then anybody who's been monitoring the chat here, is there any other questions from the chat that we should ask Dave?
I don't see any specifically, but like Rocky Hill was saying, those who don't make mistakes are ones that don't try things. So yeah, you should try. And everyone makes mistakes, and it's part of the fun of watching. It makes the viewer feel connected. He's human too. That's probably in response to doing stuff live and showing all the bad sides as well as the good side. And creativity is messy. Thank you, Rocky. All those are great.
Except soldering. Dave and I are going to accept ourselves from the soldering side of things here. I have tried that numerous times. I've had numerous people try to teach me. Doesn't stick.
Some mistakes are irreversible. I'm very reluctant to try an irreversible thing.
Yeah, I'm never going to be a classical music composer. I just have accepted that, type thing.
That's okay.
If you get a chance, go on Ron's Garage and you can go to the file section and download pictures. There's descriptions of what they are, and you just download, low down a bin file, and a picture will come up. And it's all my interests. So, they're going to be anything from planets, the moon, cars, specifically Mopars, and mountains, houses, bushes, all kinds of things. Go ahead and take a look. Ron's Garage. Go on there, download what you want, and are you familiar with the Cocoa Pie?
I know of it, but I haven't done really any reading about it, so I don't know no real knowledge, just that it exists.
Okay, well, don't, because it'll mess up your whole plan, because it's kind of an addicting thing. It has all kinds of features and things that you would probably enjoy, because I'm a computer user myself. I'm not so much a programmer, but there's a whole bunch of stuff on there. And there's even other platforms you can use. That's it for me.
Ron's underselling himself as usual. Ron has a huge library of graphics that have been converted to the CoCo in a variety of modes. That's what those YouTube channels are showcasing. And there is a big collection of them that comes as part of the CoCo Pie as well.
Yeah.
I see.
And you can make the Cocoa Pie run picture after picture randomly, and it also will play different games, and what it does is it does a demo of each one. It goes to the next one and the next one and the next one and the next
Makes
one.
a great inspirational screensaver in the background when you're programming, which is why
Absolutely. And then there's MC10 on there. Which have we even touched on that? Are you familiar with the MC10?
Was that the portable?
Yeah, the small
little mini CoCo, the MC10, yeah.
Yeah, you probably won't want to get
Sinclair
involved with that one either, because it's a subset of the color computer, which is what my first computer. But we've got people that are contributing lots of programs for it, and there's also like an SCC for it, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, that one I think you would have had to use back in the day to have a real nostalgia for it, but it was kind of the competitor for the Sinclair, CX81 and 80 with color and sound, and microcolor basic, which is kind of like regular color basic with a few add-ons. slightly different CPU. So it was assembly language you'd have to translate because it's not a 6809, it's a 6803.
Holds Windows up well.
We're past that, Nick.
There's no new trade for it yet.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for.
But it might.
That'll keep Nick busy for a while.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because 3 versions isn't enough. You need a 4th now, do we? Okay, I didn't see any other questions going by here except how bad my soldering skills are. There's a few comments about that. James Jones said the last time I got a program right the first time was 40 plus years ago.
Is that the Hello World one?
A very small program.
Yeah, that would be me, like very small ones. I've sometimes fluked off, but one question from George Cuff. Did you ever mess around with BBS stuff besides just, you said you logged in to get programs. Did you ever like run your own or anything like that? Or?
I was a taker. I never created my own. I think maybe the most community-minded thing I ever did was I did write one article to post on one BBS. But that was it. I never really had any knowledge of how they ran them or how that worked. I just called them all the time.
And were they local to you or the long distance calls back then?
All local.
Okay. And I don't see any others. Any last ones from the panel? I'm looking through the chat here. Kevin Holloway says hair grows back. I beg to defer. Look at David Ladd.
Rocky Hill has a new one. He just says, Dave, are you planning on increasing your CoCo collection? It's addicting.
It's a little dangerous. If I bring something into my home, it might stay there forever. So I'm trying to bring in as little as possible. The last edition was the drive wire cable. There's nothing else that I'm very seriously thinking about, although the CoCo SDC is being given a pretty hard sell. So we'll have to see about that.
Yeah, and it's small. I mean,
it doesn't take up much space.
There's one right there.
Plugged into your CoCo,
so the SD card just goes on here.
That's true.
You get some switches. You want to switch different ROMs as your default, etc., and just plugs into the cartridge port. And
probably smaller than the cartridge I use with my floppy drive, right? In fact, if I
unless you had the 502, like the last generation of the Tandy ones, but they did shrink it down to roughly this size. But the older ones were like this, the FT 500, 501, and the original.
I have the older one.
The SDC fits in a 502 case. If you buy the caseless board and you have an old floppy controller, it fits in that case.
I have a full site one here somewhere, but it's not handy at the moment.
Well, let's put it this way: you can either collect CoCos or you can collect wives.
What was that?
CoCos are cheaper.
And collecting wives.
Yeah, we all have a CoCo SDC.
That's going to be a T-shirt, isn't it?
We all have CoCo SDCs.
No, it's easier to collect CoCos than wives.
I don't know if that'll go over well with the better halves, though.
They also CoCos don't whine as much either.
Oh, that's a dig, but sadly true.
Is somebody not home there, Mark, or what's going on here?
No, she's actually working.
This is proof that our wives, girlfriends, do not watch what we're doing.
Exactly. Don't watch this program.
How to tell if you're unsupervised without saying you're unsupervised.
Are you married, Dave?
I'm not.
Oh,
good man.
Well, you have so much time on your hands.
That's where all the videos come from, man. From all that time.
Yeah, that's where my nitrous ion development comes from as well.
So, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah.
Less of a question and just more of like a statement of gratitude and impressedness that like the folks who have done things on the CoCo back in the 80s, especially in the 90s, who like made it what it was. I mean, the rest of us wouldn't be doing what we're doing if it weren't for, all of you folks with that history. So there's certainly a big thank you, but there's also a thank you for those, whether you've been like around back then or not, for like keeping the community alive and having a place for me to reconnect to after so long. Like, I don't know that I would be doing anything with my CoCo now if it weren't for the fact that there was this ecosystem. I don't know if that's the right word of like, YouTube and Discord and Facebook, and where, you know, all these people are just still so
Various
vibrantly
podcasts,
connected.
etc. Yeah.
Dave, were you aware of CoCo Talk first or the Nation?
No. It was after it became CoCo Nation, because all of this was kind of recent.
Oh, okay.
It was probably just this past year, maybe a little bit longer, that I've started to see what was out there and find people.
There are a bunch of interviews in past CoCo Talk shows that they'll just blow your socks off. You know,
I saw the Chris Latham one, because, like, how can I miss the one of the guy who wrote the best game ever, and then like the other best game ever? So I certainly went to seek that out. That was really illuminating. What a great, modest guy who, like, came up with these gems and just is so down to earth. That was a fun one. But yeah, I should go back and look. I'm mostly interested in the folks who made things as they were back then. You know, the folks with the war stories of, you know,
there's a playlist on the CoCo Talk section still that is just interviews. So if you want to check in some of the interviews we did before the show, it officially started as a show. We did, like, the image producers who did some of the very first cartridges that Tandy sold, and actually had a prototype CoCo on a piece of plywood locked up in a locked room with a passcode to get into it from early 80. Rick Adams and Dale Lear, they helped interview each other on one. That was a really good one before Dale passed away. Trying to remember some of the other ones we did from the earlier, but yeah, we've covered a lot of developers. The Two Brothers episode, where we had two of the brothers that wrote a lot of the card games and Las Vegas style games for Tom Mix back in the early 80s, were interviewed by two modern brothers that did the same thing for the CoCo 3 recently as PD, and they interviewed each other. That was a good one.
Oh, that's neat.
We've had the Dragon special. We've interviewed a bunch of the developers from the Dragon side of things. We had some stuff from the MC10 as well. Yeah, there's lots. That's actually one of the things that I think I'm the most proud of on this show, is that we've done some really good interviews, and again, getting that stuff down before the people pass away or just become not of sound mind and can't do an interview anymore. That's, I think, one of our best legacies for the CoCo community, is that we're preserving this.
Now, have you watched or listened to the CoCo Crew podcast?
I think I have. Yeah, no, I have. I have listened to one or two, not a lot, but I have listened to one or two. Yeah,
they're great to listen to. They have some unique commercials in their show that are
there's some pretty comical commercials.
Well, I think I'm going to call these guys, because they have some of these old things are revived back at a cheap price, because now you can't buy anything for the way it was. But the main things that really get you going in the CoCo world is anything having to do with the past, as far as pictures go of CoCo Fest or Rainbow Fest. I went to one in '84, and going to a fest is just like you're on adrenaline the whole 3 days or 2 days, whenever you go. And then there's so much to either do or learn or people to meet. You can't meet them all. You can't see everything. And it gets a little frustrating by that. But then when we have our shows, we showcase some of that stuff, and it catches up for you everything you might have missed. So our show, the other show, the CoCo Crew podcast, and the archive.
The CoCo Show is another one too. The one that Boat and Aaron do, which is a game oriented one.
Yeah, all these shows. Then there's all the individuals like yourself who come on, and Ken Waters and all the guys. I mean, you could keep busy all the time, like probably you're going to. And, and then you have to realize that you have to eat, and you have to sleep.
Well, you can eat while you listen.
Yeah, I was doing that earlier.
Yeah, I had to keep going because we had people trimming our palm trees and doing stuff in the yard, and I wanted to make sure that they get everything done for the money they're getting, So I had to leave now and then, but there's so many things we've done to the CoCo, and I don't know if other computers have the same kinds of effect on their followers.
They do. One thing I've heard multiple people say that are in multiple communities, though, is that the CoCo is one of the friendliest ones. We don't have as much of the bickering between some of the principals. There's some, obviously, because anytime you get more than one person together with somebody else, you're going to have some disagreements. But on general, like some of the other ones get pretty toxic. I'm sure Alan and a few others here can mention some of the communities they've been in where it gets pretty nasty. We've had very little of that. There has been a little bit of it, but it's nowhere near on the scale as some of the other retro communities have. So we tend to have what is viewed as one of the friendliest communities.
And then we have David Ladd.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, watching this show, you can certainly see a lot of the camaraderie and the friendship. There's some good-natured ribbing that I hear now and then, but none of that seems to have any malice whatsoever. You guys seem to get along quite well.
Yeah, except for Nick making a third version of Neutroid. I have malice with that because there's another project he should be working on.
That would be an example of the good-natured ribbing, I assume.
Oh no, I'm serious. No, I'm just kidding.
You know, there's a bunch of guys don't even come on the show that have they're represented somehow, though. I think we covered them in Curtis's stuff he does, but like Paul Fiscarelli, he's a really talented guy, and he does some really neat stuff on 1, 2, 3
MC10 Dragon,
and he's like a genius, you know. And every once in a while he'll give us a preview to what's happening, you know, and then you start looking at it and I showed my wife the latest. He's got a card game for the MC10 coming up, and it looks awesome. I says it's hard to believe that's even on a MC10. You know what I mean? Because it's so polished and it looks, you know, it sounds great. It looks great. Something I could never do. You know?
Paul Thayer has a card game.
It's Paul Shoemaker's the one you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Is that who it is?
We got
Paul Fiscarelli does a lot of hardware stuff, and he also did the port of the demo of what's that famous Apple II game?
Prince of Persia.
Oh, Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia.
Awesome. You got to see that. You know, in some of our shows.
And Paul Thayer's working on that new shmup game, which we'll be covering as well. So there's a ton of development going on.
Yeah, there is.
And Nick just keeps redoing Neutroid. I don't understand it.
But it's getting better.
Because Neutroid is awesome.
Right. Neutroid 4 coming soon.
But yeah, it's a really friendly community. Like CoCo Fest is where you get the camaraderie in person. That it's just so awesome. If you have questions, everybody will answer as best as they can. There's none of this. No, I'm not teaching how to do that because you might, be a competitor or something like that. That may have happened back in the commercial days somewhat, and I do know that did happen in the commercial days somewhat. But that's all gone now. It's just share the love, share the knowledge, which is what you're doing on your videos. So thank you for that.
Sure. I did take some pictures. I don't know how you guys are doing on time or anything, but if I can show
if you want to close
like
out your interview with showing some of the pictures, that'd be great. Mark, can you
Okay.
highlight them?
Yeah, I mean, we still have another 5 hours to go.
Oh yeah, so we're good on time. I have like maybe 8 pictures, not too many. Okay. All right. So can you guys see?
Yep.
There we go.
So this is sort of what I have now. So on the left, your upper left, you have the Tandy 64K color computer 2.
That's a short case controller.
I think this is the 501 disc.
Okay.
Why is that CoCo so clean?
Why is it so clean? Oh, well, you can tell in the
Dust
same
cover.
picture. You see this over here, my CoCo 1 dust cover. A little too big for the CoCo 2, but it does the job. So I keep the dust cover on the CoCo whenever I'm not using it. You got your drive wire, your USB serial. I have a VCR that converts the RF to S-video. The S-video goes into the camcorder. Firewire comes out of the camcorder, goes into the computer. And then I use VLC on the screen to display what came out of the Firewire. So it's kind of like what I use. Here's stuff that I don't use so much anymore, but I still have. This may be either the original or the one that came with my second CoCo, the Getting Started. And then when I upgraded, it ended up being like a Getting Started with Extended as opposed to the Going Ahead.
Yeah, it's the combined manual for CoCo 2.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. Here's
Out of curiosity, you're Getting Started with Color Basic, the original one. Do you have the full version or do you have the original
That looks like the original.
14 chapter where they skipped all the sections 2, 3, and 4 where they covered assembly language and special graphics modes?
I don't know.
How many pages does it have?
Do you want me to get up? I can get up and look if you want to wait 30 seconds or
Yeah,
so.
I'm kind of curious because the first CoCo's release, the first CoCo 1's released had the original cut down one because they didn't have it fully ready yet.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't get up and look. That's the one. No. Okay, so this one I keep handy. This one is buried now. I unburied it to take the picture.
No worries.
It's back. It's back.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Serial.
I have to agree with Alan. Like there's the thin one where they didn't have sections 2, 3, and 4 ready yet for publication that they gave with the original CoCo's in 80 and early 81 is fairly rare. Most of them have the full version, which is 300, 400 pages, somewhere in there.
Because that's the one I have, is the one that has like 13 chapters and you're done. And I thought I was done. I now know everything there is to know, and I was happy and it's a clam going on. And then when I upgraded to extended color basic, there was not only this stuff that was in extended color basic, but there was all this other stuff that was in just color basic that seemed new too. And I'm like, I thought that I got 2 upgrades in one. But anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I need to unbury this and answer that question. I don't know what I have. I don't know. So here are the cartridges that I guess these are the 2 I got originally, and then eventually I get these other. Diagnostics was great fun. I really don't remember why I got this. I would not have needed it. Couple games. One of my favorite books, William Barton Jr.'s Assembly Language Programming, and his color graphics book. This was my intro to the rest of the world. So this was my first terminal program that I got.
AutoTerm, yeah.
Which I quickly replaced, I believe, with Mikey Term. Once I could connect to a BBS and start downloading something, I think I ended up with Mikey Term. This was my modem, and it still works as a phone. It's like a combo phone modem, 300 baud. I don't know if you remember the DAC catalog store, I think it was DAK. They were like kind of like what you would read on an airplane, I think, except they weren't really airplane reading. They had all sorts of gadgets. And so I saw an ad for this and I said, this is what I want next. And this was maybe one of my most exciting acquisitions because this opened up the world. And it still works as a phone. When the power goes out, I plug this into the phone line and I use this as my phone.
So you still have a landline?
I do. I do still have a landline. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention too, like we were questioning whether your Tandy CoCo 2 is one of the ones with the true lowercase.
Yeah.
Mikey Term 4.7 actually supports that. You could actually log in with full lowercase.
Oh, well, I never used that feature, but I probably didn't know it existed, or maybe I just don't. I'm not one of the lucky ones.
What's the model number on your CoCo? Because that'll tell right there if it's a 27.
I guess there are a few ways to tell, but I would have to get up to find out that information.
Yeah. Plus, you have a video plan for that, so save it.
Right.
The video, I'm guessing the video might end up being very disappointing, where I say, "Let's see if I have the." Nope, I don't. And here are my cassettes. I think I have a few others lying around somewhere, and then some very dusty cassette carrying case things. As you
actually have old computer cassettes too. You actually went all out, did it proper.
I did.
I cheaped out and used like just generic 60s, and those are the ones that really stretch and don't work well after years.
Well, there's a difference.
Use those as well. Like when I needed to do backups of, let's say, everything on my floppies, I would pop in like a 60-minute or 90-minute tape, and then I would run something like, what was it called? Tape util. And it would like just read from the disk and write it out to tape. But for the stuff I was doing every day, I used these supposedly higher quality tapes.
Well, it's funny. They aren't just style. The computer cassettes have actual reels with the tape on reels, where regular cassettes have just tape pucks with slip sheets on top and bottom. And the slip sheets are kind of grabby. So it's the 10-minute cassettes that actually had metal reels. So the tape pucks are inside of a reel and they don't slide across anything. They're unspooled and despooled like a reel-to-reel tape. They're actually technically better.
So there was a purpose for those.
There was a purpose. They weren't just style. That was supposed to make it better speed control and
And they didn't have leaders like that plastic leader because I screwed up some
Right.
saves every once in a while where I forgot to fast forward it to 5 seconds or whatever, and you try to
Yes.
record over plastic. Doesn't work.
Yes.
Oh, Curtis.
I thought also
You've
that
got
they
some
had a higher
cassettes.
quality on the magnetism.
Yeah, one
Some
of the
of those
things I used to
cassettes.
do.
Go ahead, David.
One
Oh,
of the things
sorry.
I used to do is on the blank tapes that I would get from like back then it was Kmart or other places. I'd open up the cassette and I'd actually cut the leader right up to before the erase head. So that way, you know, I could start it, it would start erasing and then immediately start recording.
That sounds like so much work.
Yeah, that sounds like hardware work.
Yeah.
This is a guy with a grease weasel. Give him a break.
Yeah, that's true. He's a hardware geek. He's not afraid of a soldering iron.
Wow.
They
He's
are
lost
afraid
his
of
hair
him.
already.
Those microcomputer news ones on the left there. I have
Yeah,
one.
so these I think were probably the only magazines I got myself, other than like the Rainbow magazines I read from my uncle. And I think these would have been the ones that came with like a subscription that you would get when you bought your CoCo. I kind of highlighted this one because this is where I got that the code from for that figure that I did the animation on. But I had to like rediscover where the code was because actually I didn't even know I had these magazines until I went through my collection to see what to take pictures of. And I said, oh my God, I can't believe, because they were buried the same place that other Getting Started with Color Basic book is buried. I didn't know there was stuff there. So I found these and I said, oh, this is where I found it. I wish I had seen this a few months ago, because then I went searching on the Color Computer Archive back then to find where I could see this. This was like in multiple magazines. This was in Hot Cocoa, and I think maybe one other as well. But this must have been where I originally found that code.
If you have enough stuff and you wait long enough, all this stuff becomes new again. when you're 69, you go look through a box and you go, man, I didn't know I had these.
Yes, it's like exactly. It becomes new again because you completely forgot you ever owned it.
That's
Yep.
right.
That happens to me
Has
too.
anyone got one of those TVs, those Radio Shack TVs?
No,
I don't.
They must be
I never did.
collectible.
I got pictures of them.
Yeah, I got lots of pictures, but the real thing.
I got one of
Hey,
those.
you have the same printer I had, the CGP 220 inkjet color.
Yeah, so this is what I printed all those term papers out on. The last time I used this, it worked great, but that was probably 35 years ago.
Yeah, but you must have had some money because that thing was not cheap.
Yeah, I don't remember. But
$6.99 here in Canada. I remember when it first came out.
The,
That's what I paid for it.
The floppy drive as well was not cheap. But at the time, I wasn't really getting much other than this. Like, you know, if you think about holiday gifts, birthday gifts, that sort of thing, it all became, you know, whatever you're seeing.
And a bit of trivia, you might know this already, but the CPU inside the printer itself is a 689, same as a CoCo.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. So this is just some stuff printed back in the day. This, I think, was the test page.
Yep, you actually tell the printer itself to print that. I see you even dated it. That's pretty cool.
Zoom in and see the high quality. Yes, I did date it. So I guess now we know when I got that. 85. And then over here is like a bunch of like notes that I scribbled to myself about various pokes or things I could do on games, or, you know, just whatever stuff I picked up from magazines that could be useful. And I would like print out like indexes of, you know, what was on each tape or what was on each disc, that sort of thing.
I got to tell you, when I first got my color computer and I tried programming it from the book and stuff, and then whenever I tried something and it didn't work and the screen would go wacky, I'd hurry up and turn it off and then pray, please, did I not screw it up real bad? Oh, I hope I didn't cook a chip or something. And then later on, I found out there's nothing you can do to program your computer to make it, you know, to kill it. I mean, it's all.
Yeah. That's not true for all computers. There were a few you could.
Yeah,
but,
well, in our case,
ours is pretty safe.
So let's see. Some more stuff I printed. Oh, this is Moon Patrol. This is an assembly language listing of some of the pages of the game that never finished.
What's the big X mean?
The big X?
Yeah.
I don't know. I knew back then, but I don't know. I'm guessing I decided I didn't like that code anymore. Maybe it got replaced with another version. Who knows?
Out of curiosity, do you have dates on this? Like, do you know when you were writing this?
This had to have been junior or senior year of high school. Had to have been. I don't know if are there dates on. I don't think there are dates on this.
Sometimes you get markings on papers and stuff from like if you had kids.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. No, it was 2 yen, so this came from.
Yeah.
This is how I keep all my papers so clean.
Trapper Keeper.
Fabulous Trapper Portfolio, one of my paid sponsors.
Very 80s.
Still have it. Still all the old stuff still in this old container. And then these, I'll try to zoom in, are the best I could find of me back then. So I'm on the right of each of these pictures. I'm showing off my CoCo 1, I guess, to some family friends. And look at that, a black and white TV hooked up to my CoCo.
And the same house scene that you actually had a CGP 220 printout of earlier.
Yes.
And this is one of the ones on your little nostalgia video too.
Yes, indeed. I don't know if anyone else has nostalgia for it, but I certainly do. This is like what I consider one of the classic images. And this came from, by the way, one of those Tiers 80 microcomputer newsletters. That's where I got it from. And that's it. That's my stuff.
Cool. There is a Facebook group called Show Us Your Tandy Color Computer. So if you get a chance and you have your setup, just go over there and upload a picture of your regular setup that you use. And if you have any older pictures like that, those there, you can put them on there too. If you go back and look, there's people have put pictures of old pictures of them when they were young. Yeah, sort of embarrassing or not.
Right.
I think one of my old black and whites is up there when I still was wearing a cassette.
Yeah, it's on there.
That was cool. Thanks for the trip down memory lane there, and I definitely recognized a few of the cartridges and tape. Like you had Pyramid 2000, the tape for it, and the CGP 220, which is actually what I used to print most of my stuff in high school too.
Curtis is waiting for certain programs to pop up with different new people that show up with older CoCo collections. So I'm surprised he didn't ask you about specific stuff as to whether you have the originals or not. Do you know?
No, I gotta wait for his videos to come out, then I'll find out.
Right.
So a big thanks to Dave for being our guest of honor today.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a real pleasure. It's been great being with you guys.
And you and Mark should definitely get together on doing a tech talk thing there. I think that would be fun to try anyway and see how it goes.
Cool.
Since Ken and I keep lagging behind getting ours going. And now he's going to be in perpetual bad internet land. So probably won't be for a while now.
How many frames per second can you get?
Yeah, if we need a slideshow, I'll let Ken do that part. But just to mention too, for those who don't know, we've got some other interviews lined up. Next week, Ken and I will be at Boat Fest, so hopefully we'll do a bit of a live report from there. I don't know, is anybody going to the VCF in Dallas that could maybe do a report from there as well? Because I know some CoCo people will be there, and Taylor and Amy will be there as well. So if anybody is out there and wants to be able to guest,
I don't know Evan Rude, so
but hopefully we get some people to pop in from that as well. Next interviews we have booked. There's multiple ones I'm trying to get booked for July. I haven't got confirmed dates on any of those yet, so I don't want to announce them in case they fall through. But we have two more that are officially booked. August 12th, we have Matt Harper, the guy who wrote Wizard's Den for Atomic Software, an excellent CoCo 1 and 2 game that we featured on the Game On Challenge recently, and the CoCo Show featured as one of their games recently as well. And then August 19th, we have a double header. We have the original programmer for the Contras, Doug Maston, who was at CoCo Fest this year with his dad. It's great to see him. Going to be talking about the development of Contras, and Glenn Dahlgren, who actually sold it on his behalf from Sundog Systems, will be our guest interviewer, kind of like Nick was a guest interviewer for Ron Bull last week. So that's happening on August the 19th. And I'll let everybody know once more these other interviews are confirmed. But thanks again, Dave. Feel free to hang out if you want to interact and talk about any of the stuff we're coming up on the various other segments or news. Or if you have stuff to do and you have a real life, unlike some of us, then feel free to just,
I think I'll be able to hang out for a little bit longer. Probably not the whole time, but I have some more time right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And commercial now and then.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to suggest for Mark.
All right, here we go.
The CoCo Nation Show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation Show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCo Nation Show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, John Boat of Carshaller, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Hi, this is Rick Adams, author of Temple of Rom and Shanghai, and I, like you, am a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
The music is back. Only from Retro Innovations. Go the number 4retro.com.
For many a year, peace has reigned throughout the realm. In the forest, nothing but ruins of an ancient fortress remain to fuel the myth of the evil wizard. Tales of your ancestors' quest are met with laughter. Mockery follows your warnings. But you know what awaits.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Ruptus from Inufuto. We had a total of 15 players, and they were Mark B with 1200, Mr. Dave 6309, 2500, Sabhead 11,550, Buck Owens 13,100, Warm Food 19,050, Kieran 21,800, Jim Rye 28,650, Shenley 35,750, Canadian Retro Things 36,050, Sloopy Malibu 37,650, L. Curtis Boyle 53,300, Pitfall Jerry 60,400, Mr. Evil Dead 61,000, 8 Bits in the Basement 61,750, and the number one score this week belongs to a man that was trying to see if he could break the game, and I think he was fairly successful. Tasman with 757,840. Thanks everybody that played. See you next week.
And we're back.
All right. So, yes, Tasman definitely broke the game a bit.
All the
He got
rest of the
this-
scores add them up. That's his.
Yeah.
Bent a game at least.
So, so that was Ruptus from Inufuto. I was just checking, and currently this game is available on 67 different systems, including, believe it or not, he has ported versions to the Model 100.
I have to see that one. I haven't actually seen the video for that one yet.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I mean, it's obviously going to be on a tiny little screen. He calls it the mini version. There's actually, he's released a bunch of mini versions for little portables like that. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Other than it's pretty interesting how he's doing all of these different games for all of these different systems.
Yeah, they have their own special C compiler and language and library called CATE, C-A-T-E.
Yeah.
That these are all developed in.
Yeah, the one thing I did notice about this game is that it seems to be differences between the different versions in for the different machines.
Well,
in what way, like
graphically-
gameplay, you mean, or just graphics and sound type stuff?
Well, I mean, graphics obviously, but actual in gameplay. Sort of like in the CoCo 2 version, when you get to level 10, when you go to level 11, it's just level 1.
Same on the MC10 version.
Yeah, but when they're playing on the CoCo 3 version, it was different.
So it might be a RAM restriction or something, like they have more room on a base
probably
CoCo
because
3.
he's got a lot more room on the CoCo 3, as some of the systems are a lot larger than others. So,
right,
he's probably got some sort of an inhibitor. Although I did notice that even though you go back to level 1, there's a lot more bad guys and stuff like trying to kill you, and so it is actually harder than level 1. It's just the same configuration as level 1.
Oh, I didn't notice them. I just flicked them off whenever I saw them. But
now, for those of you who didn't have a chance to play it, it's loosely based on Bosconian, the arcade game, which, CoCo has another loosely based called Draconian, but it does have a bit of a difference on some aspects of the game. So it's original enough. I found it fun, but a little bit different than the arcade it was inspired by.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game. I mean, there was a few issues with the controls and like smoothness of it, but other than that, it was a very good game.
And I mean, I will, looking at what it is, I give it a break on anything like that, considering it's, as I just said, released on 67 different computers right now.
Yeah.
So now he's got to kind of go for the lowest common denominator to make these games.
Yeah, exactly. I was curious here. For everybody that did participate on this week that's on the panel right now or in the chat for that matter, which version did you guys play? Because there's a CoCo 1 and 2 specific version, there's a CoCo 3 specific version, there's an MC10 specific version. I played CoCo 3 and CoCo 1 and 2 myself. Well, one week, one the next week.
I played the MC10 version, and then last night when I was getting game footage, I played the CoCo 3 version, but didn't submit a score for that. It was all MC10 for me because I wanted to on the show last week on the live on, I wanted to stream off my MC10 to see if I could, and it worked. So when you played the MC10, like obviously the keyboard's a lot more restrictive. Did you find it much harder because of the keyboard? Because it's a keyboard operated game, obviously. Yeah. No, because using the WASD keys was something I was fairly familiar with from my Apple II days, because a lot of games use that in the Apple II. So it was kind of muscle memory came back there. It's just that the keys, of course, are a little closer together, but I didn't actually seem to have any kind of a problem with that because I did grow up playing a lot of games that had that configuration.
Got some comments in the chat of what they use. So 8-Bits in the Basement said he used MC10 on the Alice. Mr. Evil Dead said he used the CoCo 2 and CoCo 3. Jim Rye said CoCo 1 and 2 version only.
I played the CoCo 1.2 version only myself.
I tried the CoCo 1 and 2 on the VCC.
I'm not sure what I played. It was on
Well, if
VCC.
it was really colorful, it was the CoCo 3. If it
version,
was the green and blue, then it was the CoCo 1.2 or MC10.
I don't know. I didn't play it very long because just like 8-Bits in the Basement, I had ended up with sore fingers very fast.
Yeah, but 8-Bits in the Basement scored 67,000. What was your excuse?
1,200.
Didn't ask what your score was. Ask what your excuse was.
Sore fingers.
They got sore very fast.
Sore fingers.
Now, Scott Cooper, Tasman, in the chat says that for some reason the CoCo 1.2 version was locking up on me, so I played the CoCo 3 version. Seems smoother. It is smoother, but I didn't have any problems with locking up, and I got up, I don't know, level 15, 16 or something on the CoCo 1.2.
I got to about, I think I got level 12 on the MC10, so.
Yeah, it definitely gets challenging the later levels when you start getting multiple aliens coming after you, and they're shooting like multiple shots at the same time, so you have to kind of like dodge between them all.
Yeah, I got up to level 13, and that's when I realized it was just a loop for the thing. I didn't notice that there was a lot more of the planes.
On the first time around, the enemy, there's maybe 1 or 2 enemy planes on the first level, but when you got up to level 11, it was, I don't know,
3 or 4 on the screen at once at times.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that when I was playing. Because I was looking for them to get extra
Free
lives. Yeah. So because I was a little
So
low.
one thing that Tasman did show that was interesting is that once you get over 99 lives, then it starts just going through the ASCII characters to, rather than going to 100, it goes to
semicolon
like
or whatever the next ASCII
semicolon
character is.
00,
yeah,
or semicolon 0, and
yeah, it's basically using binary coded decimal kind of thing, but when it converts it to ASCII, it just adds 30 hex, and once you run out of numbers, then you're into punctuation. So that's what's displaying on the screen.
Yeah, he got all the way up to C. Then made the mistake of continuing on and getting to 255. Then it rolled over, and then he had no lives left.
And he rolled over the score too, didn't he? Because the score we found out actually the trailing 0 is just a hard coded 0.
Yeah, because it's a 16-bit score, so it's only 65536 or 35 actually.
Yeah, so he wrapped both the free men counter and he wrapped the scores. So that's like a double. I broke the game. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
So when
he never did get over level 100 on the game, though. He wanted to do that, but didn't make it to level 100 to see what happens.
Okay. Go ahead, Rick. What were you saying?
I was just saying, when he ran out of lives, did he die right away, or?
Yeah, because basically he would die, but he would gain more lives than he would die. But the problem is that when he wrapped the lives, he didn't have 1 or 2 lives to fall back on, and he died, and so it was a game over because.
Oh, so you would have to very rarely gain a new life before you're wrapped over 0.
Yeah, so basically,
life expired.
What he should have done was just made sure his lives stayed below 255.
Yeah, because otherwise, if you get a free man and at 255, you were suddenly wrapped back to 0. So the next time you get hit, you're dead.
Yeah, it's game over, man.
Right.
Yeah, we've had a few of our game players over the last couple of years who have been able to break games like that. It's far beyond my scope. Oh, actually, I guess I had one. Phantom Slayer, I found out the score after a certain point turns into a garbled mess, even though it counts the kills and hits properly. But the score, you have to kind of like mathematically calculate yourself. You can't read it.
Yeah, I realized that it could be done, and then, but because he had already wrapped it, I didn't see the point, because at that point I was still in second. I didn't realize other people had gotten higher. Otherwise, I would have gone higher.
Oh, you were just making sure you got a higher score than me.
No, I just was going to try to go for second because I mean I'm not as good as the great Buck Owens or the great Tasman. I just wanted to go second.
Yeah, we need to make Tasman his own.
Yeah, he needs a theme song now because he's been pulling off the wins here for a bit lately.
Winning a lot, yeah.
Salute video, yeah.
So any tips or tricks? Like, it sounds sleepy. Like you did really well. So what were your tips and tricks for the game?
Basically, just try to get the force fields first, and then shoot the star bases, and start shooting before you get to it, because it takes 4 shots to destroy a star base, and you can get 1 shot off before it even comes on the screen, and then 3 shots can come as you're coming up to it, so that by the time you're actually at it, you can you'll destroy it. The big thing is watching out for the enemy aircraft, because they'll come on the screen immediately and shoot you. I find that if you don't fly in straight paths, but if you make turns and diagonals, they're less likely to come on the screen all of a sudden and shoot you easily. I don't know if it's actually programmed for that, or if it's just the way the algorithm tries to follow you, that it's a little bit more random when you're moving around. But yeah, going like diagonals and just going back and forth, you're less likely to be hit than if you're going straight.
Yeah. My one tip for the aliens, especially when you start getting them, coming in fairly rapidly and fairly often, is that if you have one coming off the top, say you suddenly go down and outrun them a little bit, and then you immediately reverse direction and then fire, and then you'll take care of him just as soon as he comes on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The other thing is that when you've got 2 of them coming at you at the same time, go in a opposite direction.
Yeah.
And take them down one at a time. Don't try to take 2 on at once. The other thing you need to remember is that their bullets are slightly faster than your ship.
Yep.
So if you see that there's a bullet coming after you,
turn
off.
And another thing with the alien ships is that they can go through the force fields and you can't. So
yeah,
they can go through the force fields and they can go through the star bases.
Got a couple of comments here from Tasman. So the first one is, this game gives out free lives like crazy at the higher levels. That's how I was able to keep it going. And they said, pro tip, keep the shoot button pressed in to keep the game playing at a lower speed, because it doesn't have background processing for the sound. So that your constant firing actually pauses the game each shot when the sound effect comes out a little bit. So you can actually slow the game down to a more manageable speed level.
Use the force field, look.
Yeah. So that was that game. So it's interesting. Now I want to try it on the MC10 or on the Model 100 to see how it looks.
Yeah, I didn't know they had that version out. So thanks for letting me know that. I'm going to go check that video out.
He's actually got quite a few of the Model 10 and then a couple of Japanese portables that look like they're basically the same as the Model 100. Sorry.
The Kyocera.
Yeah, because Model 100 was made by Kyocera and just rebranded by Tandy. I think the ROM was unique to that one, though, wasn't it? Didn't Tandy have custom ROMs made?
Yeah, the ROM was unique to the Model 100, but all the hardware is identical to the Kyocera, I think 85.
Anyways, any of the ones that he's got for those little portable ones, it's called like Ruptus Mini. So you can see which are for the portable machines.
And since our guest today, Dave, is still on the call, have you ever tried any of these video games? Whether it be Ruptus or the other, I think there's 11 games now total that they've made for cross-platform.
I have not. None of them sound familiar to me at all. I was mainly...
they've all been released in the last couple of years, literally.
Okay.
So these are all new.
Okay. Yeah, the main games I've been playing were the ones from the 80s, and that's so I may play them again, in recent times, mainly as like a nostalgia thing, but I've kind of lost that gamer bug, which is weird because I was obsessed.
And he's got 13 games out now.
Oh, okay.
So he's been releasing some that I think we haven't covered on the news or anything yet. So.
I know he dates the release dates for each platform on the main page for each game, so I can go through and figure out which ones have been added. Like in Ruptus's case, the original MC10 and CoCo 1-2 ones, I think, came out in November of 21, and then the CoCo 3 version didn't come out till early 2022, so it was months later when that version came out, which is why Guillaume at the CoCo archive there kind of missed it. He didn't know the CoCo 3 version had even gotten released.
And the Model 100 came out April 28th.
Yeah, that's a little bit later than the CoCo one, I think. I think that was February, if I remember.
All right, we ready for the Game On Challenge live?
Unless we wanted to talk about Mind Out a little bit.
Or both.
Okay, well, let's we can talk about Mind Out while we're looking at the video for yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
No.
All right. This was Ruptus we played this week, episode 82. And we had up to 5 players at once. As you can see, we also played Mind Out. It was a pretty popular game with last week. As Ken said, he played on the MC10. Also last week, I played Draconian on the CoCo also to show what it looks like. This seemed to be a very popular game.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Like I said before, it's got some things that are unique to its version. It's not copying the arcade, not copying Draconian. So it had some original gameplay to it that I really liked. I like them when they do something slightly different because just playing the same arcade game you played in the arcade is a little bit boring to me. If I wanted that, I'd just run MAME.
Yeah.
This is a transcode because then it is MAME on the CoCo basically. So
yeah, here we see Coconut Bob playing the CoCo 3 version, and I was playing the CoCo 1-2 version, and Marco was looking at the title screen for the CoCo 1 and 2 version.
Yes, and also I wanted to mention that I had completely missed Mark O's score. I forgot to put him on the list.
It was like 65-50.
Yeah, it was 66-50 actually. I saw that this morning and I'm like, oh crap. Gotta make sure I mention that on the air, and I have to mention it now.
Oh.
I'm getting used to this new time zone I'm in, so
that's your excuse.
Yeah, I'm still jet lagged.
Uh-huh. And how many jets did you go on?
Well, none, but it was like a 5-day, 4.5 day trip. So,
and stressful from the sounds of it.
Yeah.
4.5 day, 2 day trip.
Yeah,
like that.
Basically 4.5 day, 2 day trip.
Oh,
So
yeah.
sorry, Mark. I missed that. So my apologies.
And it's like the trip's not over yet.
I'll
You still
live.
got to go back and drag the trailer home.
Yeah.
Well, and plus now I've got to leave for Boat Fest in a couple of days.
Yep.
Ooh.
I leave
I'll
Thursday
live.
morning myself.
I don't hold it against you, Ken.
Yeah, don't worry, Marco. We'll give him 50 lashings of the wet noodle by the Game on High challenge. Or by the Game on.
Woohoo! My favorite.
I actually like this game. This is actually the CoCo 3 version now. I realized looking at this. But yeah, I actually liked it.
It actually, he makes some pretty decent playable games in there. I mean, they're not always the most challenging games, but they tend to be quite playable.
Yeah, and
I think there's only
he does a
one game-
mixture of like totally original or fairly close to original, plus ones that are based on something but not quite the same.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice is it seems that on the CoCo 3 version, the enemy fighters seem to move a lot slower. Is that
Like
me?
the individual small ones, or do you mean the big bases, or both?
No, the enemy planes, the enemy ships. They seem to move slower than.
Yes, they seem to on the CoCo 3 to be slower than they do on the 1 and 2.
I think because he doesn't know the tricks of the getting the CoCo 3 to run a little bit faster. So, and he's got a lot more stuff moving around on the screen, like colors and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think most of the CoCo 3 versions that he does, they look better, but they tend to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, because you're moving 3 to 4 times as much memory around for the graphics, and you only got double the CPU speed. So
Yeah, but it's got a 16-bit CPU.
yeah, but you have to know the tricks, right? Like stack blasting or
And as I said,
palette animation. You could do some of the animation of things there with palettes that are redrawing and stuff, which I don't think he knows yet, or he hasn't incorporated in his library anyway.
Well, he's using, and as I said, he's using the lowest common denominator here for each of these games. So
yeah.
All right, and then we also were playing Mind Out, which evidently had an issue.
Yes,
yeah. From what I was reading, it sounds like the game was created for tape with the memory you've got free on a tape-based system, and of course, disk eats another K or something out of it for buffers and stuff. And I think that was part of the problem is that when most people were trying to play it off disk, because it sounded like people who played it off cassette did not have as many problems, or none. Now, one thing I want to check with you guys, because I've not had a chance to play this one yet. Somebody was mentioning there's a P-Clear 2 and that there's some sort of a graphic screen as an intro or something.
I don't know. I did not look.
Because from what I've seen, it looks like a text game to me. Like,
Coconut Bob added something into it that changed line 1, and he said he hasn't been having any problems with it since.
Yeah, he did a clear statement to reserve the string space.
Yeah, well, the clear statement is there, but he changed the clear statement to
just clear a little bit less memory, 2400 instead of 2500 bytes.
Yeah.
I didn't look at any calculations or anything. I just tried to reserve a little bit less and maybe it wouldn't run out, and it seems to have helped.
And then that line 208 issue.
Yeah, there's a go-to that.
Well,
the
that's just
line
if you're
doesn't
trying to cheat.
exist.
Well, it comes up and asks you, like after a game is over, it comes up and asks you which level would you like to start at.
Yeah,
but if you hit a higher number than you're allowed to, then it will crash it.
Yeah, but if you accidentally do that, that's a bad thing. If you it should just go to one line higher. It says 206, it should be 207. Something like that.
Oh, okay. So
I'm sure that's a bug that he meant, so that if you try to cheat, then it's going to crash the game.
Well, it would
That's
do that
copy
if
protection.
if I selected like number 2 or something, it would still do it.
Now, Bob, since you've actually looked at the code a bit there, and I know you're clear, like clear has 2 parts to it. One is to reserve how much string space on the string stack. And then the second part is basically where to start reserving, so you can reserve some memory that basic will not touch. Is there a machine language routine or something up past 29999? Like, why is the programmer doing that? I'm wondering.
I'm not sure. That looked kind of weird to me. I don't,
because the string space at 2500 makes sense because he's doing a lot of string printing there to draw the mazes and stuff. But I don't understand why he's doing that unless he's got an ML routine up there or something.
There,
yeah, I don't know.
Thing. Where would I mean? Yeah, it's
And the pretty clear too, like if you're running out of room and you're just doing a text-based semi-graphics game, do a P clear 1, like you get the K.5 back from that. If you're not going to use the graphics memory as graphics, then unless he's hiding a machine language routine there too or something.
Now, I didn't try a P clear 1 in there. That might be worth a shot too.
Yeah. I mean, you can do the pokes to do a P clear 0 equivalent to really free up memory, but I don't know if it actually has any graphics. I thought somebody said there was some graphical thing it did at some point, but I like I said, I haven't had a chance to play it yet. Okay, so he's poking stuff in the higher memory that are reserved there.
That's for the adjust your TV colors. The test card.
Line 80?
Yep.
I don't see how.
Well, oh no, not. Yeah, it's the line 81 because line 80 is something else.
Yeah, line 80 is what I'm looking at because he has actually where he's reserved with the clear command, anything above 30,000. That's where he's poking. So whatever he's doing up there, he's preserving something up there. He doesn't want basic to get its dirty little hands on.
Yeah, because here it goes to go sub 81, and then you see here in the list 276 280.
I like
the pokes there just poking on the screen.
Expressive comments.
And modest. Yeah, I'm looking at the poke, like poke K plus J, and he's got K at 1093. That's part of the text screen itself. So he's actually poking stuff onto the screen rather than using prints. Probably trying to get special characters you can't get through basic.
Yeah, the dark spaces.
Oh, exec 307, he does have a machine language routine there.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably there's some scrolling and stuff I think it does that's, if I remember seeing watching the video of you guys, so maybe that's what he's got routines for. You're doing that scroll thing we were talking about, Dave, earlier that you did for Moon Patrol. That's the only part I hear that's machine language is to scroll the screen some wonky direction.
Yeah, that's probably what 280 and 281 are doing, poking them. Yeah, you see, first machine code routine.
Yeah, because 280 is poking on the screen it's poking on the screen at the very last line of the screen by the looks of it. Because that's where if you do a print and if you're trying to cover the last character, actually will scroll the screen up on you, basic will. So that last character you have to poke, so it's probably doing something related to that. But line 281 is definitely making an actual machine language routine.
Yeah, and it evidently has more than one because
that's the first one. First machine.
You can't have a first one unless you have a second one.
Well, you could. That'd be the first one of one.
Well, if I get time before, because I've worked this week and I've also got to get ready for Boat Fest and stuff too and get everything packed and ready to go. So I will see if I have time to look at it, maybe figure out a nice clean way to change the P clear. I mean, if there's some little splash screen and that's the only reason there's a P clear 2, I would probably just remove it and replace it with a text one and then do a P clear 1 and get the K.5 back because it sounds like that's enough to fix the problems you guys are having.
I don't remember seeing any graphics screens.
I think there's a graphics screen at the very end of the game where you save the worm.
Maybe. Never made it that far.
I'm pretty sure that there's a little routine that when you save him, he moves around the screen and stuff.
Right.
At least that's kind of what I was getting out of it when I looked at it.
I guess the other thing you could do too is you could actually just go find all the lines with rems on them and just delete them. That'll free up a fair bit. Then basic won't try to go up so high. Yeah. Well, I like the fact that the people at Quicksilver actually called their workers droids back in 1980, whatever this was written in.
Anyways, not a bad game for a text or for a mostly basic game, and a nice version of whatchamacallit, Minesweeper.
Bosconian.
Yeah.
Oh, Minesweeper.
Yeah. Is it showing the screen with the Draconian on it?
Yes.
With the wrong colors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was last week when I was playing the Draconian.
That's a classic.
That's me playing my MC10 on the other side.
Yeah.
Demon Attack, I believe I was playing there.
Now, Dave, you say you like going back nostalgia-wise to play the old classic games. Was this one of your go-tos?
I don't think so.
It was by Tom Mix, and it came out
I
84.
do think no. Doesn't look familiar.
I guess you got some old classics to actually visit for the first time then.
It's true.
Yeah. All the CoCo games are new classics to me.
So then we can be expecting Dave to be joining us on Thursday nights for the Game On Challenge, so you can try out some of these new old classics.
Yeah, I am not suitable for that.
Have you actually watched us play most of our
Yeah,
games?
there's neither are we, but going around. I think you'd be fine.
Even back in the day when I would like obsessively play these games and really try to get high scores, I wasn't good. And now I'm just like, a tenth of what I was back then. It's very sad.
As are we all.
I get a high
So
score
you're saying there might be a chance that Mark B would beat you?
More than
Ron Delvaux.
It'd be a very small chance, but
without knowing anything about Mark B's abilities, there's an excellent chance he will beat me.
well, let's put it this way: the place I showed up on the list is my usual place, unless Ron Delvaux played.
That's right.
Yeah. To give you an idea, Mark is surprised when he finds level 2.
That's a rare thing.
That's his greatest achievement. Level 2.
Yeah, I've actually watched streams where Mark's played and he goes, "Oh wow, I didn't know there was a level 2."
I can relate.
And besides, I saw in your cartridge collection there, Dave, you had Poltergeist, and if you ever solved that was not an easy game. So you got some reflexes.
I did not. Boy, was that's the game where they bounce you back to the first level if you screw up in any level, right? That was just evil.
Now, I don't know if you know about this, but there is a
Poltergeist.
cheat built into Poltergeist because there's a bug in the game.
For
On
level
the first
1.
screen with where all the cars and stuff are, if you hold down the joystick button, the cars never come out.
Yes, I did know about that. Yes.
If you think Poltergeist is evil, have you played Neutroid?
Have not.
It's a great game. I love it.
That's just
I
sadism. That's what that game is.
I concur.
Also, I wanted to ask Sloopy, the new game this week, or not the newest one that Ken's about to announce, but the one that was picked this last week.
Yep.
And what was it called again? Try to remember.
Find Out.
Find Out. Did you pick that solely, or did Ken have any say in that at all?
He had no say whatsoever.
Okay, and Ken, have you had a chance to play it? Because I haven't.
Yes, I have. I
and what
actually
you-
had played it a while ago and was on my list to for games, and then I lost my list and I forgot that I had put that on my list. So
Because honestly, I don't even remember seeing this at all before. I know it's a dragon game.
I actually found it like a month or two ago. Remember when a month or two ago I said I can't wait until I'm picking the game on for the week?
Yep.
And I found finally found a game.
and we just lost Sloopy.
Found it.
Oh, there he's back.
Oh, my internet connection's unstable.
So is mine.
Imagine that. But yeah, a couple months ago, when I said I found a new game to select to the next one, so I won't be shot. I think that was right after I played Neutroid. I actually seen it on someone's stream on Twitch. Someone was playing it.
Yeah, because it looks like a pretty interesting game. I definitely do want to try it. I just don't know if I'm gonna have time this week.
Yeah, it's a fun game to sit and play for however long you want to play it. You can play it for a couple minutes or
a couple hours.
Just try out
couple
the
hours.
little,
It's
put in the
And
little
we might have to
patches first.
hijack Boats CoCo at Boat Fest so we can try this game out.
absolutely.
Yeah, because I also found another game that way that I have to find out what the name is because I forgot it.
Oh well, you better hurry up because you got to choose the game this week too. I mean next week.
Next one, oh, cheese and crackers.
Well, no, you're
This
also
week.
choosing this week. You've got this week's game, right? ready?
Sure.
I'm kidding.
We could ask our guest here if he's got a game he should recommend, as long as we haven't played it already.
I can't imagine I would know of any game you guys don't know about. That would be
What does that mean we don't know
just
about? Just
haven't
which ones
played.
we played already on the show.
Yeah, Dave, I got my first CoCo in 2010, 2009. And I actually first started using a CoCo in 2020.
That's pretty recent. That's true. That's pretty recent.
So all these games are new to me.
Yeah.
Why it's so hard for me to pick a game, because even though this is episode 82 of the Game On Challenge Live, we are in like the 160s for the Game On Challenge in general. So we've played 170 some games. So a lot of the popular, well-known games have already been played.
Oh yeah.
But there's at least 1,500 games to go through, so we got a ways to go yet.
Yeah.
Especially if you count all of the what are those ones called?
The AGD, the Spectrum converts. There's
Yeah, the
270
Spectrum
of those too.
Yeah. I keep trying to get them to play a Spectac-Calculator, but they won't let me.
Well, hey, you get to choose next week.
I think that diagnostic cartridge would make a hell of a game.
I was just thinking that. I strongly recommend it.
How about Color Scripts at 2?
All right. So anyway, moving on, shall we talk about what game we are going to be playing for the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, let me stop sharing.
We'll see if Dave recognizes it.
Okay. Well, obviously we're playing Mind Out for one more week, and don't look at the top of this screen because it'll tell you what the game's called. But here's a
Sailor Man.
screenshot.
No, I'm just kidding.
I think it's pretty obvious what this one is. It's
Yeah, this is the Tom Mix version.
Yeah,
It's
the other
a
version
teaser.
of Quicks. So Kicks.
So, Dave, did you ever play this one? Another Tom Mix classic.
This does look familiar. I'm sure I have this somewhere. It probably wasn't one of my frequent go-tos, but that's definitely familiar looking.
So that is the game we are going to be playing for the next 2 weeks.
And if I remember correctly, this one's a little bit closer to the arcade than the Spectral one, which is they call that one some other odd spelling.
Yeah, we played
QUIX, I think they called it.
Yeah. Quicks. This one's Kicks. That one was Quicks. And what the heck is the name of the original game?
Kix, QIX. It doesn't follow English rules at all. No U after the Q. If you like the arcade game, this is probably the closest CoCo clone we have.
So that is the game for the next 2 weeks. And Mind Out for one more week. So I expect to see you all. Well, no, I won't see you on Thursday because I'll be on the road driving to West Virginia. So Sloopy expects to see you all on Thursday night, 8 o'clock Eastern time.
And Mark expects you all to come on and beat his score.
Which Mark?
Either.
Yeah, either one of us will do.
First one, then the other.
There's Ken slamming the players already. No wonder nobody comes on. No, I'm just kidding.
We're willing to take it for the team.
And since Sloopy's doing the high score thing next week, then Mark, if you post a score, Marco, it'll probably actually make it to the list.
I'm thinking about it, so I'll try and Mind Out. And yeah, this new game too looks kind of cool. So
you that's not a guaranteed. I mean, I've missed more than you have. More likely to be missed with me than you, because I think you're at an average of one per year, and I'm about one every 3 months.
And there's not going to be any Canadian content on Thursday that I know of, because both Ken and I will be. I'll be in the air and he'll be driving.
Does that mean we can't broadcast into Canada then?
Right.
Yeah, you might get blocked at the border.
Yeah, we won't be able to, no one in Canada will be able to watch the show then.
Get a
might
backup
have to recruit
Canadian.
somebody.
Okay.
We need a backup Canadian. Quick.
Are we going to have to start streaming to Voice of America?
Mr. Dave has to come on.
Yeah.
We'll have to be in pirate radio in Canada.
Or maybe we can invent Neil Blanchard. He's the game guy on the CoCo crew. He come on. He sounded open to it again when I talked to him at the fest. So,
Well, there's also pay-per-view. You can get around local blackouts that way.
But will that get around, will that get around countrywide blackouts?
No, they have Rogers there.
So what do we got to pay him?
Who's up
That's
near
just
the
always
Canadian,
a countrywide blackout anyway.
Yeah, who's up near the Canadian border? Who can we put a giant antenna in their
Run a coax across the line to the guy's house.
Adrian from Adrian's Digital Basement. Just see if he'll set it up.
Yeah, D could line of sight from Michigan.
Yep. What is going on with my internet?
Yeah. Same thing that happens every Thursday night.
Yep.
Well, I don't usually have a problem with this kind of streaming. It's just when I'm streaming to restream that I have issues. But no, we need to find someone that's on the Canadian border and put a giant Wi-Fi antenna in their yard to send the pirate signal out to across Canada.
I'll tell my mom she has to sign on under my account and play.
There you go.
Now
Now Ron's got some competition for lowest score.
Yeah, there. Have your mother or your sister play.
Are we ready for another commercial?
And then the news. I think we definitely need to get out of this conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
Asparagus.
Moving along.
Okay.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCo Nation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCo Nation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L. Curtis Boyle. I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things, and you're watching the CoCo Nation Show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
All right, thanks again for Dave being on. He had to go, so he won't be able to see the rest of the show, which he even covers some of his upcoming videos, but I'm glad he stopped by for a chat. And hopefully him and Mark can get this Tech Talk thing going. I'd like to see that. Hey, so you guys seeing that screen?
Yep.
Okay, so the YouTube version of some lame-ass Canadian being a guest in Chronologica Gaming, which was me. He actually had me as a co-host. We covered a couple of CoCo games at the very beginning that he'd reviewed earlier in the week. And then I got to review games on a bunch of other platforms, including a bunch of games I've never seen before. So I won't subject you to having to see my face on the screen any more than you're ready to do on the show. So go check it out. That's the big relief of everybody. Next up, SN Air on YouTube. And I think I covered them last week. They're doing some fairly long play stuff of various CoCo games or other games for that matter. They cover quite a few. But in this particular episode here, they did an hour trying to play Space Shuttle on a Dragon 32, which is the same one that Tom Mix put out for the CoCo about a year earlier. And then they also played the Atari VCS 2600 version of Space Shuttle, which is pretty cool. And I think Taylor and Amy covered recently. So for those of you not seen it, this will be on the Dragon, so it'll be PAL, no artifact colors here, though the game itself normally and it has artifact colors. I don't know if anybody here has played this one. It's not what I call a difficult simulator. I remember beating it quite a few times when I was young. And it's written in BASIC with a little bit of ML routines, I think, for some scrolling in a window. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the basic screen layout, and he's already taken off and he's in orbit. And your object is to use the Canadarm on the shuttle to grab a errant satellite and bring it aboard the shuttle to bring it back down to Earth. Then you have to fly down and land. And there's it's not bad for a basic game. It's in one of the earlier simulators, written by John Fraze, if I remember, who did a lot of programming and games and stuff in BASIC for the Rainbow magazine that were published as listings, and he did a few commercial ones too. And then he branched out to assembly language later too. I think he was involved with like Worlds of Flight, for example, which is a full-blown flight simulator. And if you want to compare what it looks like to the Atari version, the Atari one's a fair bit fancier, obviously, because there's a lot more colors to work with. And plus, it was written by Activision, who had some of the best Atari 2600 programmers on Earth. So they pulled a bunch of tricks. They even had the screen shake when you're taking off to simulate the shaking from the rockets going and stuff. So they did a pretty good job on this one. I remember playing this one when I was young, too. Next up, I know we talked about this earlier in the show about Paul Shoemaker working on the MC10 version of Video Poker. And there's two parts to the story. So you did this little video, which I'll play shortly. I'll play the whole thing. It's just over a minute long. Just to kind of give you an idea what it sounds and looks like. But he's also, as of yesterday, uploaded a copy of it as sort of as a beta test on both Facebook and on Discord. So he's asking for some feedback if anybody finds any bugs or things that should be fixed, etc. But feel free to download it from either of those two places. And it'll be in the MC10 channel on our Discord, the CoCo Discord, and it'll be in the MC10 group on Facebook. Free download, and give it a shot if you have an MC10 or an MC10 emulator or an ALS. So I'll play it right now. And also, Paul thanks Simon for some of the routines that he's using for sound and stuff on the MC10. For those on the audio, you can hear the sound effects of the cards being dealt, etc., and the losing sound. But trust us, there's graphics going too. And just like real poker, it's almost impossible to win. I don't think we need to see the whole thing. But anyway, it looks really good. I haven't seen any reports of any bugs yet so far. Mind you, it's only been out a day. But he's expecting to have it officially released probably no later than the end of the month, unless some showstopper bug shows up at the last minute. So for those of you MC10s, here's another machine language game for you to get. And here's his announcement and the actual download of the cassette image file for the MC10 on Facebook. But like I said, you can also get it on the MC10 channel on Discord. And the last one I got for this week, SNera did another long play later on where he played Phantom Slayer. This is one of my favorite CoCo games of all time. He does not do incredibly well at it, but you definitely get to see what the gameplay is. And I've played stuff on Phantom Slayer quite a bit over the years, so I'm not going to subject you to watching some more of it again, even though it is one of my favorites. But a good 3D shoot 'em up back from 1982. I think here he's playing the Dragon version, which came out in 83. But it's basically the same game with a title screen ahead. Now that's it for the regular news or the gaming on news. So I'll switch over to the other. Whoops. Okay, please tell me the screen changed.
It indeed.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the first few stories here, Tier City Retro Programming has done a couple of updates to his Tales Suburbia game, and then he's done some other things that are not related to Tales Suburbia. So the first one here, he's adding new game elements. So he's adding a flashlight, climbing a ladder, and then having an attic light up when you go into it. So I'll fast forward a bit to show that. Now he's having some issues at the time that this video was put out. So I can find a...
At a certain point in the game, and then you can come up here and go into the attic. And once he gets into the attic, if he has the flashlight, the light turns on. Okay? And you can walk around up here, but
there's a bit of lag between the sound and the video for some reason on those last few videos. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But it's a nice, neat effect. You know, if you walk up there and you don't have a flashlight, it just stays a dark red and you can't see anything in there. But if you have it, as soon as you get off the ladder onto the attic, it actually automatically lights up. So I thought that's pretty cool for a little basic game. But he has a bit of a problem here because he was having trouble getting if-thens, et cetera, to work properly. So you could actually walk through the floor and you could, climb up a wall and all kinds of other things are happening. So he was taking a bit of feedback from myself and a couple other people in the comments, and he actually managed to fix it on his next video. And then he also gussied up the title page a little bit, or the title at the top of the screen here by changing the colors between the text here. But basically this goes to explain that he's actually got it so it's properly checking and not letting the player just wander up a wall.
So we go up the ladder, and as soon as we get into the attic, the light comes on. It's actually a flashlight that he has in his hand. You can't see it, but it's there. So now that we get up into the attic, I'm starting to add things up here. We can't go over.
So he kind of goes through the graphic enhancements as he's been doing on that. And then he did a later one. And this is the latest one he's got here. So here he's actually decided to fancify the title part of the screen even more with a bit of a diagonal line as well as different colors. And he's actually populating the attic with stuff now.
And this is going to be about it for the attic, I think, guys. I don't want to get too crazy. The light comes on. It's actually a flashlight. If we check our inventory, we have nothing. It's not reading the inventory right now, but it would say you have a flashlight, among other things.
I think he's added some boxes. He's got a guitar. And you've got these little clues and stuff you have to figure out for the ultimate goal in the game. So he's getting near the end of the game as he has it currently planned. But he's been learning a lot of graphic techniques and stuff here along the way, which actually some of them look pretty good. I like the flashlight effect, the fact that it just automatically turns on when you step off the ladder if you have it in your hand. And then he did another one. So he got a bit nostalgic here himself, and he went back to one of the very first games he actually made for the CoCo when he first started his channel, which is a kind of a video poker, ironically enough, but it's a four-hand poker.
Now the game comes up. And the thing with this is...
So what he does, he kind of goes through and explains what he did back then when we first started. And he said himself, he's learned a lot of techniques and stuff since. So he's tempted to rewrite it to, add some gussied up effects, maybe speed it up, etc. But it was kind of fun hearing him, kind of, figuring out what he had done which way back then and, ways to improve it. If he's actually going to do that or not, he's got several other game projects on the go. So he's kind of curious, does he really want to go back to this since it's essentially was roughly done already? Or does he want to keep, striving for new things type thing? So interesting to see where he goes with that. But I remember when he first put that, this was the first video I think of his I discovered was the original version of this poker game. When I first discovered his channel. Okay. So Michael Furman found an issue with MAME and trying to get Flex to run, as he did earlier with XROAR. So he actually went into the source code of MAME itself, figured out what the problem was, submitted the fix, and they actually accepted it, which I've heard from some other people like Barry Nelson is incredibly hard to do to get them to accept anything. But basically what is happening is that they had looked at the schematic wrong and figured that certain lines were tied together that shouldn't have been. And essentially what it was doing is that you couldn't mix single density and double density on the same disk image and have it work. And that's essential for Flex because the track 0 that identifies what the format of the rest of the disk is always single density. So even a person that only had a single density drive could try to read a disk and it would come back and say, yeah, this is set up for a double density disk drive, which you don't have, but it wouldn't just error out. You could actually tell because it could read the first track and go, there's some setup stuff there that explains the geometry of the drive, and it would actually return back saying, you have a single, this is a disk image just for a double density drive. You only have a single density drive on your machine. So
would that be the same problem for an SDC?
I think it works on SDC though, because I think the SDC
couldn't get it to work on my machine on SDC.
Yeah, but your SDC was already acting up.
No. It's because of that damn Flex is why it's stuffed up. I couldn't get Flex to work, so I thought I'd repatch. I thought maybe I had an old version of the micro MCU software on the SDC. So I reburnt to the latest version, and that's when my SDC died. So thanks, Mikey.
I don't know if that's related or not, because
I don't know. But when you mentioned double density, single density, I'm just wondering, does the SDC handle?
Because Mikey ran these on the SDC before he fixed XROAR and MAME.
Oh.
That was the one place it did work. And I know for a fact the DMK file or SDF file format, lets you mix exercises and densities because a lot of the copy protection did that. And that's one of the whole.
Doesn't the newest SDC firmware have a problem with like OS 9? Could there be other things in the newest firmware?
That's more speed related though. That's not a formatting issue. He tried to speed up the writes and then he actually caused the read routine inside the SDC firmware itself.
Well, I mean, maybe
cannot handle the speed of double speed.
Well, maybe the double density, single density switching is munged up as well, and Nick's found something that other people might have a problem with.
Well, that's possible.
Also.
Yeah, so my SDC doesn't work at all since I tried to reburn the firmware. It works. It just can't read off the SDC card.
Yeah, like you said before to me privately that your drive wire still works from SDC DOS. You can boot it.
Yeah.
But any access to the SD card doesn't work.
I
can't access it.
Every one of mine where the card reader quit, it was U4. So
U4.
Yeah, there's 4 like major chips in there, and U4 is the one that seems to have something to do with. I'm sure someone will comment and add more knowledge than I have, but
is that a fairly common chip these days?
It's SDC specific, so
yeah, so you're stuffed.
Okay, well, at least you might have something if you tell Ian or somebody that they need to reburn.
They can maybe fix it for you. Yeah.
Now, Rick, would this be something you could fix if you actually have one of the PC? Was it USB Blaster, whatever they're called? Could you reprogram that chip yourself somehow?
I have no idea how these chips are programmed or where you might get that program, other than the few people who make the cards. So I would inquire, and maybe you could shoot.
Well, Frank was in the chat earlier, so if he's still there, if he wants to pipe up, if that's something that's easily fixable or not. And that would require him taping a soldering iron to his cast, so that might actually you could do it.
You might have an idea.
I missed the first couple lines of this conversation, but the Xilinx ones use a Xilinx programmer. There's it's a USB to like a JTAG programmer for doing those, and then the Atmel chip would be just you could use one of the you could use any of the numerous ones used for programming those. But
you remember what U4 is, Rick?
It's I would have to go dig it out. It's just I remember having to replace that one twice now to fix two different ones because I did stupid stuff with bad SD cards, and that seems to be the thing that gets broken. My tab just crashed. Oh, your tab just crashed. Okay. It scared me there.
I was done looking at that page anyway. So that was basically just his submission to the MAME developer team about fixing the bug, which I got accepted. It does work, so I'm not sure when the next release of MAME is coming out. But within the next one or two releases, that fix should be there, and you should be able to run native Flex right under MAME without any problems. And then it has. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Al.
It works if you hand apply it. So I was able to take Mikey's fix and plug it onto MAME, and that was all it was the one file and rebuild. So.
Cool.
Okay. Good to know. Next up for Mikey, he actually did his next vlog, which is themed on Flex. This is episode 6 of his Flex series. So the first part of it is to go through the MAME, and he goes into extreme technical detail, going through the schematics, where they misread where the lines are going to figure out that it was tying the density line with the halt line or something like that, even though that's not what the schematic says. So basically it was just shutting itself off as soon as you try to access a single density track. He goes into technical speech if you want the full explanation of what he did. And then he also does a little bit on the CompuSense Portaflex for the Dragon 64, which you're actually seeing the intro screen here in his intro to the video. But I liked his intro to the video here because it was actually kind of funny, just like most of his are. So I'll play the intro, and if you want to see the whole MAME and the whole CompuSense version of Flex for the Dragon, you can watch the video on his YouTube channel, but I'll play the little intro clip because it's funny.
Flex is very powerful. Oh, I don't know if it can beat the most powerful operating system ever created that even fits on ROM cartridge. Okay. So
I'm sure you guys recognize where that reference is from. When Bruce Moore did his sarcastic, I think Nick Marionettes was on that too, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Yep. Already written his program before he even thought about it or something like that.
So for newer viewers, you have to go find the ads of that, the fake ad that Bruce Moore did featuring Nick Marionettes, who's not related to Nick Marentes in any way because he has a mustache. Anyway, this was a really good video, and the Flex version from CompuSense is a bit different than Frank Hogg's, and actually looks like it has a few extra things that the Frank Hogg distribution did not have. So and the numbering scheme's totally different. It's 1.2.0, I think. I know Kieran had mentioned, I think it was Stuart Orchard had been working on doing some stuff to Flex on the Dragon himself at one of the Dragon gatherings in the UK. And if Kieran's still up, he can mention specifically what he's doing. I don't remember exactly, but on one of our Dragon interview specials, he had mentioned that he was working on that kind of stuff that Stuart was. So I'd be kind of curious to see where they're going with that as well. Now, Ron Klein has done some multiple updates for the CoCo Pi. One is the general availability of ColorFlex 504. That was after Mikey put up the actual downloadable disk images. He's got a bunch of other disks too. He's got several basic compilers and interpreters and other languages and utility disks and all kinds of stuff that will be coming. I think he had about 10 to 15 disks worth of stuff, editors, all kinds of things. So some of the old FHL and Flex library will be coming back over the next few weeks or a month or whatever. Anyway, he announces here that the CoCo Pi can actually download the ColorFlex directly and run it right on there if you want to try it out on their CoCo Pi. And then he gave an update on the CoCo Pi 64-bit project that we mentioned, I think, a week or two ago. So he's actually working on getting everything transferred over to the 64-bit realm instead of 32-bit. which would definitely give you some performance gains, especially on the Pi 4 and the Pi 400. Now, at the time last week, he wasn't sure if the Pi 3 would have enough oomph to actually run this at a decent clip, but he's actually done some tests on what he's got converted over so far, and it looks like it might be okay. It might actually perform well enough that it's not going to be a bear's breakfast type thing. So that's good to know, because it sounds like what he didn't think he was going to be able to support properly will work on the Raspberry Pi 3. So here he's actually running a Snapshot with XRoar, MAME, OVCC, and TRS-80 GP, which is the normally has been the TRS-80 model 1, 3, 2, 4, etc. emulator that they added CoCo 1, 2, and MC10 to. No CoCo 3 support there yet, but there's 4 different emulators you can try now within the CoCo Pi. So it's still work in progress, but it looks like it will be working on the Pi 3, not just the Pi 4 and the Pi 400. And then here are 2 more updates that just happened yesterday and this morning, or the day before and yesterday. I can't remember exactly, but basically there's another new version of XRoar with some other extra features, and also the new version of UG Basic 1.14, which adds some stuff from some of the other platforms as well, but there's a fair bit of additions for the CoCo on there. So I'll just read the notes here for those on the audio podcast. So Karen's released a new work-in-progress snapshot version of XRoar. Latest changes include add ability to change picture area, seeing more or less border, which is cool because I noticed VCC on some modes actually completely cuts off the border. So if the game's setting border palette register for, I don't know, say a Star Trek game with red alert, yellow alert, green alert for the border, you don't even see it. It's gone. Especially if you're overscanning, like using the 22 or 25 line mode. So that is an option he's added to XRoar. You can actually change the size of the border to your heart's content, or at least within reason. New option, VO Picture, respect the geometry dimensions and STL-based UIs. Now you're getting way above my wheelhouse here. I don't even understand what half this means. Added optional 60 hertz vertical scaling on by default. And a new option, no VO scale 60 hertz to disable 60 hertz scaling. And then on the UG Basic side, I don't want to call it UG Basic because it sounds like it's a terrible thing. It's actually a pretty good development tool for Basic. Basically, it's a basic compiler, a cross-platform compiler, so you can compile on a PC. And because it's doing it on a PC with a large memory model, etc., it can actually generate more optimized code than a normal compiler would do natively under the system. So actually, it does a pretty good job from what I've seen and heard. So he says, Marcos Bedaletti has released a new version, UG Basic. Most of these changes are related to the Atari 8-bit platform. Thank you, Karen and Marco. We support these products when updating your CoCo Pi. Now, there's a further update that the author of UG Basic himself put up on our Discord. There's a link to it, and I think he posted in the listserv CoCo list as well. That'll be coming a little bit later in the news. It actually covers some of the CoCo stuff that's changed. But both of those are available for the CoCo Pi project as well now. Dan, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I will mute this and let you talk over a little bit while we're going. So this is your video on the Universal Video Driver Part 2.
Oh, yes. So I changed a few wires to be able to put it where I wanted to put it, and I ran into a few problems. I basically lost all white. All white colors on my computer became green, which was just weird. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to mount it under the keyboard so that I could run the connectors out the bottom vents, and then it would be hidden from view, so you couldn't tell just by looking at it that it had the mod on it.
Now you were trying to solve another problem. You had a bit of that discolored yellow streak.
I had
right?
a discolored yellow-green streak on the side, which people suggested was my 555 timer. So I did change the 555 in there, and that wasn't the problem because I put the original back in and it was still doing the same thing. So
now, did the new 555 at least solve the yellow stripe thing, or is that still
no, it just made the entire screen yellow.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one way to solve it, I guess.
It got rid of the stripe and just made it onto the whole screen. So now whenever I run something like Dungeons of Daggerath or something like that, rather than it having a white border, it has a yellowish green border.
And of course, this plays right into our guest Dave and me talking about why we don't do soldering and stuff, because you just wreck stuff every time you touch stuff. So that's why I don't do it.
Hey, but it's getting a nice clear picture. just one color's off.
Well, since we got some hardware experts on the panel here, any suggestions for Ken? Or Ken, or have you kind of figured it out since and just haven't done
No,
a follow
not a
video?
clue. Not a clue. I haven't started playing with that yet.
Just
I
pretend
been-
it's a Spectrum or something.
So
Yeah, there's your
as you-
solution.
So there, I hide the composite cables down in the bottom well of the CoCo 2 there. So
With
now
clear
it is. It was all I had on hand.
So Bob, Rick, Mark, any suggestions for Ken?
Put the board back where
I think
it was.
it's got to
Yeah.
be something to do with the board, because when I just use the regular RF out, I'm getting perfect colors.
Well, put the board where it was so you don't have the impedance things going on, and run cables from the board out the vents on the bottom and just live with that. I suspect your drive transistors are too far from the thing that they're driving.
Okay.
Shorten cables then?
You've just introduced too much impedance between so at first it was only a little bit of a problem on the border, but
Yeah.
now it's all the way across the screen because it's gotten so much slower. And
Mhm.
if you could tack it even tighter in to the source, it might get rid of the problem. Although a white border seems to be the hardest thing to get to accomplish. My video capture can't even do a white border properly. I have to.
Yeah, because if you watch, so then I put the original 555 chip back in, and it's slightly less yellowish green, but it's still yellow green. And then I tried switching it over to a CRT through the RF.
Is it possible you got a couple of wires reversed or something as far as the phase?
Shouldn't. They're all color coded, so
Yeah.
And you said when you go out the RF can, it's still fine. Like
yeah.
this.
So there's the RF can.
Right, totally normal.
So it shouldn't be any of the radio circuitry in the CoCo itself. It's got to be something going between the monitor and the CoCo or the VDG.
So probably you're saying the wires are too long.
My first guess would be, yeah, your amplifier is too far away from the thing it's amplifying. So when you move it
Okay.
under the keyboard, you introduced more delay, which made the yellow worse. Yeah, that would be my first guess. So I'd try that.
Bob, do you concur on that, or?
Yeah, seems like a cabling issue. I mean, it could be the length of the cable or the impedance. Maybe even try a shielded wires, but I don't know. I'd start with what he said. Put it back where it was and see if you can go back to original.
Yeah.
Now there, Ken, you unplugged something and it suddenly went white.
I unplugged the one wire, and I mean I lost any. It gets to be really crappy picture, but the white comes back. So.
And really bright red. Holy cow.
Yeah. And if you try other colors, they don't come out properly now.
And yeah, this is a very subtle timing thing. So the length of wires and the quality of wires all makes a difference in this kind of flash up here. You're running at radio frequencies with J clips and test leads and bits of coax, and it has to just be so short it doesn't matter, or perfectly done. And
Okay, so I'll just clip all those wires and figure out a different place to put it.
You might try the component version rather than composite, where you get the signal straight out from under the VDG.
Oh, a different mod.
Yeah. It's another home do-it-yourself type with I probably less than half a dozen transistors and resistors, but I haven't built that one myself, but I did make a YUV breakout for the VDG that I feed into the RGB to HDMI adapter. And that works beautifully. That's crystal clear with the it's just like the CoCo DV basically. but the artifacts work.
Oh, cool.
Which is right, really getting your time on.
Well, it sounds like you got some good suggestions to try there, Ken.
Yeah.
Did you bring your CoCo with you to the cabin?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
good. So
plan on trying to fix that over the sometime in the next little while.
Cool.
Yeah, keep us in touch.
And then I also just tacked on a little bit at the end of taking a look at the Retro Rewind diagnostic test cartridge, because
yeah,
it
that's
was a
one that
shorter
adds all
video.
the CoCo 3 testing stuff like MMU
Yeah.
and 2 meg and detects whether you have a 639 or a 6809.
It was a shorter video, so I thought I'd just tack that in.
So a quick question for you, Ken. The actual original mod, before you try to internalize it to make it more neat and start having the problems, that is a composite board that actually doesn't require soldering, right? You can just alligator clip stuff?
Well, no, it requires some soldering.
Oh, it does? Okay.
I mean, you can order I'm doing it because you can order I picked it up from CoCo Fest from David Craker.
Mhm.
He had gotten a few of them printed, so I just bought one of his boards off of him. But it's one of the projects that you can get off of PCB Wave, which, as you know, sponsors my channel, so I have to say nice things.
Okay.
Anyways,
For some reason, I
that's-
thought it was a solderless. if you
No,
got
no,
the
it's
final version.
it's using the J clips. I mean, you could solder directly onto things, but I just use the J clips so that I can move it from computer to computer if I want to.
Okay. So if, the only soldering you did is because you got it in kit form, or if somebody actually made the final board, does it not require soldering to install, or does it still require soldering to install?
It requires no. If the board's already made for you, then it doesn't require any soldering. But
Then you just clip it in and you're done.
yeah,
Okay.
But I don't know anybody that actually makes the boards complete. So
Sometimes those J clips are a problem too. Depends on where you're attaching it to. I mean, if it's a very oxidized, corrosive point.
well, I did. I went through the schematics and I tried putting the J clips on a number of different points that were all on the same lines between yeah, it didn't make any difference.
Right.
Okay. Well, I hope you get it working fairly soon. Sounds like you've got a few things to try that might actually be not too hard to do. So
yeah,
it will work.
Oh, it'll work. I mean, it's a tried and tested board, so I just managed to screw it up somehow.
And of course, our guest, who unfortunately had to leave already, but he had a couple of new videos that released this week. Here's the first one. Is called Peering Inside Basic Storage Assembly Adventures. And in this particular one here, he released a video showing how basic storage works internally, and also wrote a program that you can actually download from his blog or look at the video here because it's not that big of a program. That you can actually program the start address for the text screen on the VDG, which you can do in any 512-byte window with the SAM. And then you can actually change that to be the pointing address of the screen print. So you can actually like point a direct page and watch basic variables change literally in real time. Like the timer, for example, you'll be able to watch that, but you can actually see like the keyboard buffer as you're typing into it, the edit buffer and stuff while you're typing blindly. So it's a pretty good look at the internals of BASIC. And then he also goes into modifying BASIC by copying the ROM to RAM, which all of us with 64K used to do back in the day. And then you can modify BASIC to ARC content, you can fix bugs, you can add features, all kinds of things. So that's what this particular video covers. And then the second one he did is string conversion and printing. So in this particular case here, he's looking at using some of the ROM routines. We kind of talked about it during the interview a bit here, both official and unofficial. So there's not a lot of official ROM routines you can call. There's a few that use the extended indirect. So it's a table of addresses to jump to for certain functions. There's like cassette in, cassette out, read the joystick, read the keyboard. A couple others I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's a few that are officially supported by Microsoft Tandy. And basically, if the ROMs got changed and routines moved around, you had this jump table at the beginning that never moved. So whatever they changed it to, as long as you called those routines, you were fine. Because it would just kind of auto adjust, to the new address on a 1.3 ROM versus a 1.1 ROM or something. Now he goes a lot more into using some of the unofficial ones here, which is basically directly calling routines in the ROM, which was heavily discouraged by Tandy Radio Shack back in the day because they knew they were planning on releasing updated ROMs, and you would break all your software. And the code community kind of went, screw that, we're going to do it because it's easier. And then when Disk Basic 1.1 came out, that became a huge problem, and just about every disk-based program on Earth broke. So I think a lot of people learned their lesson after that one, including me. But now it's not such a big deal because, I mean, there's not a lot of new ROMs coming out the last 35 years. So he as he mentioned during the interview there, he's going into a lot of the floating point related routines, like how to convert a floating point number, how to convert it to and from a string, how to call the random function with it. So this is not the first, not the last episode related to that, but gets into how to do some of these ROM calls directly and figure out what you have to pass to it. Where do you store floating point accumulators that these routines use, etc. So a good deep dive. I'm sure Alan Huffman will be happy. Next up, since Bob's actually on the call here, I'll mute and let him talk through this one too.
What did I do this time?
Something about Mylar and keyboards.
My little keyboard repair. Yeah, well, I had a CoCo 3 keyboard that this actually goes in my original CoCo 3 that I've been trying to get working again, kind of a salvage job. I've had I think I had repacked it and then it's quit working and replaced that with a different one. And so this keyboard was originally that CoCo 3 keyboard.
So the problem you had here is that the main, like where the keyboard Mylar plugs into the motherboard.
Yeah, literally up there where it bends over, like almost all of them were cracked right there where the harder plastic glues onto the Mylar itself.
Right. See how all the other ones are still silver? The ones that he just covered up with the metal plate were all still silver. That means it's fixable. If they're starting to turn black, then too bad, so sad. It's
well, there were some on the traces themselves. If we back the video up, you can see where there's some traces turning black.
Right,
I was afraid they were losing, but yeah.
But on the stuck side, they're still silver. There's one side of all of them that isn't gone black yet, so you can keep this keyboard for a while. But eventually,
right. So over on the far right edge of the screen, that trace is pretty dark. I don't know. I can't really see it that well.
Yeah, it'll go for a while. Fixed for now, right?
It's working for now. Knock on wood.
Then when it breaks again, go talk to Rick.
Exactly. Bought myself another 6 months, maybe.
Now, I remember there used to be car defroster repair kits for fixing your rear window defroster, which uses this electrically conductive paint, I guess.
Yeah,
and you used to paint this on. I remember you used to take the little tiny mini paintbrushes, whatever those are called, to fix this. But you had some sort of a pen thing I haven't seen before.
Yeah, this is conductive ink pen. It's actually apparently got silver in it. And I think they're about $10 a piece.
Hey, cheaper than a keyboard.
Yeah. And just remember to be more patient than I was and let it dry a little longer.
Yeah, because you ended up having to do it twice, right?
Some of them I go back over. So the pen kind of was, I got a couple traces drawn pretty well, and then it like wasn't flowing. And I'd be tapping it, and I'd get a tiny little bit. So eventually I had to pull the thing out and just give it a little squeeze at the top. And then it was flowing great. And I had, if I'd have done that initially, I'd have probably got it all in the first pass.
Was this the stuff you were using?
I'm not sure.
Can't see it.
My pen is labeled Circuit Scribe.
If we want to zoom it up there, Mark, and just show in case other people are interested in this for fixing their Mylar keyboard problems. Go ahead.
It's like I bought one, but I haven't opened it yet.
Stop sharing so the public can see it too. You want to zoom yourself up?
I did.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just showing on the bottom there.
And biggen yourself.
Looks like MG Chemicals of Canada.
Yeah.
It's a different pen than I got, but it'll probably work, if it's conductive ink.
Yeah, it says Total Ground carbon conductive pen. Hadn't used it yet.
Now, Bob, have you actually tried using it, like the conductive paint that they used to sell for the Ruhr and defroster that you painted on literally? Is it easier to apply with the pen, do you think?
I never tried the paint.
The problem with the paint was it flaked. It meant to be put on glass that would never move.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't nice on my.
So you use it for very small, like a little chip came out,
and
not on the
then it
bendy
would
part.
still, yeah, don't bend it much or it'll flake off and you got to put more on. So.
Because I do remember some people here locally use that to fix it, but it was usually because, you know, a chunk fairly far up or on the main keyboard, Mylar, a chunk went out for some reason and they'd fix that. But yeah, where it actually bends where you're plugging into the circuit board. Yeah, I imagine that wouldn't last too long, if at all.
Right.
Yeah, if it's being taken in, put in and out a lot, then that's probably.
Well, just life. Bang on the keyboard, it flexes. You know, that thing vibrates. And
yeah, because these little things here is where I remember people fixing.
Okay. Yeah,
back
the
in the
CoCo
day.
always broke where he fixed his in that loop there.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as that's where it broke and you could keep ink stuck there, good fix.
Yeah. I'm going to put that in a daily driver and use it for a while.
Yeah, see how long it lasts type thing.
Yeah.
Because I remember you at the very beginning of the video, if I remember correctly, you actually go through every key in the keyboard and like half aren't registering or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even think it was half.
And then on the end of the video, of course, you do the same test and then everything's working fine. So
yeah.
That's cool. I've never seen the pens before. I never even heard of them. I just knew about the little, touch up paint type thing that you got in a little tiny bottle.
I had had a pen before for a different project, and I don't know, it just occurred to me to try it again for a keyboard repair just to see if it would work.
And it did. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not helping Rick sell any key fixes by doing this. But,
well, no, that's for the ones that can't be fixed, or
Yeah.
Or you want the actual click switches. Cool. Well, thanks for that video, Bob. That was a cool one.
Yep.
Okay, Yark. Yet another retro channel, which is Todd Horsch, did a run through of his original CoCo 3 that he had as a kid, going through the video output options, the CoCo SDC, and played a few games for testing. Now, the beginning 6.5 minutes of the video is he was originally planning on doing a C64 video, but he had some problems with the video or with the C64 itself. And then he was trying to figure, well, I got to have a video out, so what I'm going to do. And he was trying to think. There's some other stuff he's planning on doing, but he's saving them for the month of that particular computer type thing, like Septandy is, because there's multiple ones of these. There's a Macintosh one, a bunch of others here. So we didn't want to, use up all that material before he even gets to that particular month. So he decided to go through his very first computer, the CoCo, and a CoCo 3 in this particular case. So he goes through. Here he's going through some of the other video display options. Goes through the SDC, plays a bit of Froggy with the artifact colors. Now he's done this in two ways. He showed the first one was I can't remember which one it was now. The one that's shown on there on the picture in the lower right corner. And then the second one he did was to use the one that of course Jason, which I think Jason's on the call now, isn't he? I think I saw him pop on.
Oh, what? I heard my name.
Your video display adapter using SCART.
The switcheroo.
So that was the second option that Yark showed as a way to do it.
Very good. Yes, I saw part of that. I didn't catch the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, because the first part he goes through is the original one he had before he got your adapter. And basically the different ways the two do composite colors a little bit differently because you have the little switch to flick it over. And I think this one you have to bring up a menu, and it's the one that Retro Hack Shack used. I think it even still sells. It's the one main difference between the two, besides the fact that Jason's is easier to use on a CoCo to do this kind of thing. It just flick the switch and you're done. So pulling up a menu and going through like 18,000 options. is that this one here is meant to be cross-platform. This will work on Ataris and Amigas and a bunch of other machines too. So if you have a big retro collection with a lot of machines, this might be a better option for you. But if you're smart and you only deal with the CoCo 3 and who cares about the rest of the crap, then definitely go with Jason's. How's that for a selling point?
That's also the one.
Operators are standing by.
That's the
Sorry,
one
go ahead,
that
Bob.
Biz.
right? That's the one that works with a Color Computer 1 and with the component output.
Oh, is that the one you were talking about earlier then?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's basically
Sorry.
what, a mini Raspberry Pi or something like that? With some...
You got a Pi Zero and then the daughter board and the sub daughter board sandwiched in between them.
Okay. Like I said,
guess
there's probably a better option if you have multiple machines and you're only going to firing up one at once rather than having to buy a whole bunch, because this would be more expensive to buy for multiple machines and multiple.
And then also, once you get used to it, there is you hold down the middle button and it turns the artifacts on or off. You don't have to go through the menus.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Because I know you were demonstrating going through the menus and doing it that way.
Yeah, I'm still kind of getting used to it myself. It is a little bit more fidgety, but it's also kind of neat that you get to, you can push a button and get a screenshot. Which, of course, then you got to take the SD card out, but it's on a micro SD card. Pretty easy.
Yeah. And then, of course, here's the demonstration of the switcheroo, where he explains, like, why are you plugging in a composite, even though the video's not coming through the composite, and it's to basically do sync and stuff. So it kind of goes a bit of explanation. I think, does some demos using them, including Sock Masters, Donkey Kong, and here's Froggy without artifacting turned on at all. So it's kind of a good description of what solutions and what their different approaches are, but also, some actual live video showing you what the quality is like. And on both these products, you can't go wrong on the quality. I think you just have to pick the one that fits your particular retro circumstances the best. This one was pointed out by a couple of people to me this morning, even though I'd already seen it the night before. So Adrian's Digital Basement received a CoCo 1 and kind of goes through it briefly. It got really, the paint got really kind of wrecked on it, and he figures it might have been the dust cover that it kind of, some plastics like power cables and stuff can eventually start eating plastic, etc. Well, this seems to have eaten the paint because it looks pretty. Let's see if I can find it here. He also got a ZX81 too, but you can see. I'll start playing the video here. I'll just mute it for a sec here. But you can see how matte finished it looks and discolored in spots. So the paint itself is kind of gone bad. It's not shiny anymore at all.
Yeah.
Now down at the bottom of the black you see here on the wrist area, that's from wearing the paint off. Actually, no, sorry, that's not, because he's got a white one. So it should wear off to white like you see on the top here. Never mind my black plastic comment. But you can see it's definitely lost its sheen, let's put it that way. And you notice later on in the video that the dust cover seems to have some matching patterns to what's on there. So it looks like the melt plastic and the dust cover adhered to the paint. And when you take the dust cover off, it pulled the paint off. But the favorite part of this video for me wasn't even looking at the CoCo 1, surprising enough, or the manuals that came with it, but he actually received a 1983 Radio Shack catalog he went through. I'll just play a little bit at the beginning here. Just so you guys can see what the catalog looks like. And I remember having the Canadian version of this catalog where the prices are even higher. Oops, went too far.
All right, let's take a look at this. I know it's a little glary. There's not the best possible setup. Why Radio Shack is the place to shop for your computers.
Because they make good machines, of course. But the prices are something that he really got floored by, like, getting a hard drive for $9,000 or $5,000 or $6,000, where the heck it was back then. And he just thought this was completely insane. And that wasn't unique to Radio Shack. I mean, that kind of stuff was really expensive everywhere back then, honestly. And then he discovered some things he didn't know existed. Like he discovered the graphics tablet, the XPad for the CoCo, which he had no idea even existed.
Into the program slot, so it goes into the expansion slot connector, Interesting. CAD CAM on your CoCo One. Input precise data coordinates. But that's
Let's do the math. 100 points per second by its resolution. How fast can you draw?
And he was floored how much floppy drives there were back then too. Like, why would you spend that much money? Almost.
And then there were the
these are
Apple
just
II disk
normal
drives.
PC sugar style drives. I think they were single sided, to be honest. Yeah, that's per storage per disk. You could not flip the disk over because, like a sugar drive, it needs the index hole to work.
Well, you could if you punched your own holes. I did that all the time, but
Expensive. I don't really know how much Apple disk drives cost in 1983. So if anyone knows off the top of their head, I'd love to be able to price compare. But I have a feeling
About $400. About $400 because I bought one.
Now this catalog, the RC8, I think it's the 1983 catalog, but it was published in the fall of '82. So that's when the prices were set. Does that change the price of the Apple, or is that basically the same?
Not really. I got my first Apple II. It came with the disc 2, and it was used, so it was $1,200. But when I bought one later, just the disc without the controller card, which would be like getting the CoCo drive without the interface, but it has a separate case and anything. But it was like $400.
So exactly the same price, basically, because this is the auxiliary drives is 400 here, and the one with the controller 600.
Right. Yep.
Now I'm trying to remember because it's been so long since they used an Apple II. How much storage space did you get on those? Because it was 13 or 16 sectors per disk. I remember
16 sectors, 143K. So it's less.
A little bit less than us.
Yeah, and trying to remember, that was the 35 track drive. You didn't typically have 40. There were some other companies like Rana who made 40 track ones, so you could squeeze a little bit more on them.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're limited to 35K and 256 byte sectors, 16 sectors per track.
Yeah, because remember, wasn't it Apple DOS 3.2 had the 13 sector per track?
13 sector, yeah. They used a different encoding scheme, so
that's the one I remember from elementary and high school.
And you look at that and you go, well, that's pretty small, but you have to realize the Shugart mechanisms, the SA400s, they were like 10 sector tracks. I mean, they're hard sectors. So getting 13 sectors and then 16 sectors, hey, that's a great improvement on the same disk.
Moving on up.
Yep. It's like David Ladd when we got the 20 sector per track on the CoCo thing under OS 9, he really likes that.
Yep, exactly.
Because on an 80 track double sided drive, I mean, that's an extra 80K per disc. That's a fair bit.
That's impressive, especially since you're using the same disc.
Now, was that the real David Ladd making that sound, or was that fake David Ladd?
I think it's.
Oh, that was me.
Oh,
that was real David Ladd.
Ooh, sorry, David.
Yeah, those prices look right to me. That's about what I remember.
Yeah, I remember the initial Canadian price. I'm trying to remember. I think it was $7.99 for the first drive and $5.99 for the second, third, and fourth. The first year they were released in Canada, but our dollar was crap.
Hand that over because taking that bad boy home, that made the summer.
Yeah, it was one of those things like our guest Dave was mentioning. They were more expensive than the computer itself, but once you actually used one and you saw how fast things loaded, the fact that you didn't have to fast forward and rewind to find a program, it was worth every penny.
Yeah, forget that. DIR. There's all the files. Yep. There's no fast forwarding. There's no list.
Skip back.
Get out the other cassette.
Freaking type DIR and boom, they're all there. I just pick which one I want to go to. I'm done.
Yep.
Yeah, and the other nice. Go ahead, Mark. You first.
After you use a floppy disk, you don't want to go back to cassette.
Yeah,
you just don't.
And the other thing was too, is like when I got mine, they were just starting to get the floppy drives. I think the C64s had been out not too long. And of course, the Apple ones and the CoCo ones were actually faster.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. I show my C64 buddies what a real disk drive looked like, and all of a sudden I was king.
Well, one of the things I like.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So one of the things I liked when I got my CoCo or my floppy drive for my birthday, it was the FD501. And it was about a year later, I went with someone to a swap meet. And I was just flabbergasted with all the cool things that people were selling that was pulled from other machines. And I took my allowance and I managed to get myself two. They weren't matching, but two half-height double-sided drives. And one of the club members had an EEPROM programmer, and we did the patches to Disk Basic so that drive 2 and 3 was the backside of 0 and 1. So that way I could use both sides of a floppy disk and Disk Basic without making it a flippy. So I was happy with that.
Yeah, ADOS supported that too, and that was one of its big selling points.
And this began David Ladd.
Yeah, the secret origin story of David Ladd just revealed today on the CoCo Nation Show.
So when the C64 and its drive, the 1540 and 1541 came out, my dad went with that because of the graphics and the sound and all that they had on the at the demo. And he started telling me how much I needed to have a C64 that I paid for, not him. Instead of that green nightmare thing that I seem to use. And yeah, when I put my floppy up against that 1541, that definitely got me a lot of wiggle room on why I didn't need to go to a C64 at that point.
There you go.
C64s are great if you have a cartridge. When you put in the floppy disk, then it's like.
Or if you're playing games. I mean, I won't knock the C64 and its gaming ability. It's one of the
I
best
swear
8-bits.
They're probably leveraging deload to make their floppy system work. They had Microsoft Basic, they had deload. They didn't have a license for any kind of Microsoft Disk Basic, so what do? You make the serial thing, you deload it right off the drive using the Microsoft code you own, and pet code, owned it forever. It was a good thing.
Speaking of deload, let's see if I can find this here.
It's like the cassette port or serial port or Network 3 operating system. Yeah, that's interesting. Cable.
Now, Network 3 didn't work with the CoCo, but the Network 2, which he'll get to,
there's an
did.
older version right here with a knob on it. Connect up to 16 TRS-80 computers to a single host. All cables were included. Requires a Model 1 or 3 host computer with disk drive and up to 16 Model 1 or 3 stations or a color computer host with disk drive and up to 16 color computers. How did that work? Must have used the serial port or something, but the thing is the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3 doesn't have a built-in serial port unless you add an add-on card. And this doesn't really talk about what you need for that. So my assumption is somehow this is using the cassette interface port.
Or was that Mark?
Yeah, he's right. I think it used the cassette port. That's why, the Models 1 and 3 had cassette ports built into them.
Yeah. It also has a switch between 500 and 1500 baud, which also makes sense because the Model 1 and 3 were 500 baud cassettes and the CoCo was 1500.
Yeah.
Sweet.
In fact, when Ken and I were down in Knoxville, Tennessee to visit Vintage Geek, he actually has a Network 2 and he was trying to hook the CoCos up at his. Right before we got there, something went wrong with the Network 2 and it quit working because he was actually going to have us on video with that running to load stuff off the main host computer. But unfortunately, we couldn't do that because it wasn't working at the time. But that is something I would like to see at a CoCo Fest because I don't think I've seen one of these running at a CoCo Fest since the 80s, like when it was Rainbow Fest. And it'd be kind of cool to have, one disc-based CoCo loading up 16 machines to, play Donkey King or something. Something useful. Hey, it's a pretty cool video. The stuff he got with the CoCo, pretty interesting, but nothing groundbreaking. But having actually him go through the catalog, and you've got to see his reaction to prices of like Model 2s. Like you thought the CoCo stuff we just showed you was expensive. Holy cow, right? So when you start getting 8-inch disc systems with hard drives, and you get a bundle for $15,000 back in 1982, 83. Yeah, it's amazing how far we've come in the prices dropping in computers. One of the few industries where prices have just kept falling and falling and falling while they're getting more and more powerful. You don't see that in like the food industry. I'm not getting, like a massive 40-inch pizza for 5 cents.
Right.
So pretty cool video. And I want to thank David Ladd because he actually pointed this out to me too. I'd already had it in my list up at that point, but he made darn sure I knew to put this in the news. So now this is an unexpected one and not a channel I've seen before. excuse me, it's called Lawrence Systems, and he does these live vlogs, tech talks, etc. And he's an IT professional type person, and he just covers random topics. But one thing that piqued my interest and also triggered the search algorithm on YouTube, he started talking about the CoCo on it because that was his first computer. And I'll play a little bit of that because I'm pretty sure none of you have ever watched this channel before. They'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Matter of fact, I will make sure I throw in a picture of my first computer. Now, I don't have actual picture of my first computer, but I have pictures of the computer I had. Where's a good one? There's a good one. I'll share this picture. Many of you may know this type of computer. There you go. That's what got me started. This was the first time my hands were on a keyboard, was when Radio Shack. I didn't buy these when they came out. I did not grow up with that kind of money. These were expensive. But when Radio Shack put these on clearance because they weren't popular anymore, that's when I got into it. And it was pretty cool. I think I got that would have been, I'm trying to remember if I had to look up the years on that. I got to pull it all together. I have like little, I can defer and figure some of that out. So
for those in audio, it's a CoCo 2.
In recognition from PDUs that can send SMP data to monitor using logging server.
He does a live chat like we
in
do.
Particular.
But he actually goes a bit further into the CoCo here.
I can't think of one off the top.
And actually brings up Alan Huffman's website.
There's a lot of them do it. Technically, I had my first computer. I actually killed it. Bought another last year, years later. See, old CRTs, bringing back memory. I did not ever have a PDP. I always got in trouble for touching it. PDU UPS, hard to find a good widely available model. First computer is a clone of an to try and figure out, oh, this is where I can peek at the input for the joystick.
You're talking about
and then I can
programming
make the joystick then control a character I did for a game. And I actually ended up doing a drawing program where I could draw and erase things. And I did it all with peek and poke to tell it where to put the memory and the little sprites, switch the screen modes to different ones. It was really great learning back then. 4 colors, green, black, orange, black, white, all text. Yeah, many hours in Space Invaders. Oh, yeah. The retro stuff is just so much fun. That's one of the YouTube things I like watching is people who cover some of these retro things. It's just a lot of fun to watch them go.
Which Dave mentioned during his interview as well. And then I thought, that's coming up to the end of it.
I read this book cover to cover. I do not have it anymore. But, man, I thumbed through that book so much. It was my guide to life at the time. I was so fascinated by it. Radio Shack just like dumped all this when they were getting rid of this because like the newer IBMs and they were getting into the Tandy 1000s. They're like TRS-80. This is old stuff. And I'll never forget the guy's name. He was Daryl. Daryl would save all the stuff they were like going to get rid of for little or nothing. And he would call my mom, and my mom would drive me all the way out to this particular Radio Shack where Daryl would have the stuff setting and sell it to me for really cheap. Kids these days don't even know how to use a file browser. Remember CGA? VIC-20 on loan from a teacher wasn't a bag to code on. Yeah, there's all kinds of neat stuff. Because there was the CoCo 3, and then I'd found in the trash, I think, someone had thrown out one of these. I had this one too. This was the one that was
Ronnie actually had an MC10 too.
It ended up dying on me. I took it apart and fixed something on it to get it working. I don't remember what I had to do to make it work, but this one was so hard to type on. This keyboard was terrible. It was just really, really bad keyboard. Yeah, I learned basic on the color key thing. I never learned OS 9. I never got good at OS 9. I had OS 9 as well, but I never really I didn't have a manual on it, so I just poked at it and didn't completely understand it because none of the documentation I had was for OS 9.
I should mention he's a Linux guy now.
Which was OS 9 ever popular for those? Let me look that up. I don't know.
I didn't catch his live stream.
Eventually, both of my other one died too, and then I didn't have a computer for years. That was kind of how it ended until I got back into it. There's got to be someone who has a history of it. Oh, there is.
And he pulled up Alan Huffman's site.
Exploring 1984 OS 9 on a 64K TRS-80 color computer, part 1. Oh man, you know what I'm gonna do when I'm done with this live stream? I'm gonna read all of this.
Try to keep up.
Yeah, when someone says, "What's Tom doing after the live stream?" He's just reading a bunch of old books on OS 9 because that's a hobby.
So I didn't know if Alan Huffman was be able to
There's
watch the
the
show, but I
80,
thought he'd
yeah.
want to see somebody found his site, looking for the history of OS 9.
I love this old stuff. There's such a joy I have for a lot of it. I wouldn't say kids these days. The reality is, there's never.
I mean, he talks a little bit more about it as he goes through. He finds a second thing he's going to do after this stream's over, too, besides researching the history of OS 9. So I just thought that was a cool one. And just the fact that, and another tech person of some renown, I mean, he's got over 250,000 subscribers on his channel. And another person that started on the CoCo. So you can see all the tech ads seem to have come from, or not all, but a good majority comparative to the user base size of technically minded people have come from the CoCo. It's not from a C64 or some of the more popular machines, which I think were mostly used as game machines. It seemed to be pretty tech oriented in our little group. And then I've got an update here. What was that, Mark?
Oh, just laughing. Forest Fire Simulator. As if you need more of that, right?
Yeah, this is kind of hit close to home here. Don't play with fire. I mean, that's always my recommendation. That's why I don't solder. So basically, this is the same forest fire simulation we showed that he had converted to typed in from the Dragon, I think it was, to the MC10 because he had the original listing there. So not many changes. What he did here, because it ran a bit slow, is that he actually ran it through Greg Dion's basic compiler for the MC10. That's the version 0.2 versus the 0.1, and it runs a fair bit faster, several times faster. So he was pretty impressed. Unfortunately, last I checked, he had not put up the compiled version on his GitHub. So the original source code's still there, but if you want to run the compiled version, you'll have to get Greg Dion's compiler, then run the compiler on it, and create your own compiled version. But it's kind of like the game of life, Conway's Game of Life. If you guys are familiar with that, it's kind of a simulation of what happens to adjacent squares, et cetera, based on a set of rules. And this is basically using a spreading of a wildfire rather than the propagation of life. But it's definitely running faster than the original video does. Next up, we have another MC10 one. This is Jim Gary releasing a one-line basic bouncing ball demo, compressed and converted from the C64 basic manual. And apparently there's a YouTube channel called 8-Bit Show and Tell, which I think we've featured before. He compressed it to one line on the C64, and then Jim converted that version to the MC10, which is the listing you see here. That's the entire program. I should point out a little trick here in case you don't know. If you have a line 0 that you have to go to, basic, if you just put the word go to and don't put a line number, defaults to 0. So you can save yourself some bytes and actually just have it jump back to the beginning without having to add that in.
But apparently not always, because they used go to 0 explicitly at one point.
Yeah, I think it might have to be the last. It might have to be the last one on the line. I'd have to check actually. I wonder if it would work. Maybe you just didn't change it.
It's deep.
I know Alan's kind of covered a little bit of this too. I'll have to go reread his blog on that one. Anyway, it's kind of just a square blue character string value on a white background bouncing around. But considering the entire bounce algorithm and everything else fits in like 80 characters. Not bad. I wouldn't have been able to do that small, I don't think. Because that would require thinking and planning, and I don't do that well. And another one from Davies Retro Corner. So this is a low-res conversion of the Snowflake graphics demo we covered, I think, last week or the week before. That was originally from Dr. Tim Langdale's book, 35 Programs for Your Dragon 32. So what he did here is he converted it to run on the MC10 using low-res graphics instead. And this one he does have on his GitHub if you wanted to download and take a look at it. I'll speed up here. So basically it's drawing a mathematical thing to create a pattern. Of course, this isn't as high fidelity because it's in low res, but basically it's the same program doing the same calculations, just running on SG4. And if you wanted to grab the source code and not have to type it in yourself, you can go to his GitHub We have the links in the show notes for all the stories and any downloadable areas or programs that you want to get. So you can hit our Discord, and I think they'll also be included when Alan Murphy posts them to the listserv and some Discords other than the CoCo Discord too, that the show notes go up on. I think, do you usually do that Sundays or Mondays, Alan?
Usually Sunday morning.
Okay. So if they're using the audio, they want to catch it, you and aren't on our Discord for whatever reason, you should join. There's a ton of people here. We have a ton of fun. A lot of good knowledge being shared. You can grab it from there as well. And that's the end of the news. Oh, I forgot to wake up Mark before I stopped. Sorry.
Oh, now the forest fire simulator got me woke up.
Yeah, I heard on the radio yesterday, like we were down to 20 fires here in my province. We're back up over 30 again. So it sounds like the new ones are still fairly small. We've got some that are now under control. So hopefully we won't be sending too much more smoke your way, at least from my area. But I know there's other fires in BC and Alberta and Quebec and the Maritimes and Ontario. So who knows?
Well, just avoid burning up. Okay.
Yeah. I promise not to do any soldering. I'm not going to add to the problem.
Did they all start at once?
No. There was a chunk in one of the provinces that did start because of a huge storm that went through. So there was a few that started pretty well simultaneous because there was a huge thunderstorm and it was lightning all over the damn place. And it's been, almost a drought year there. So it's basically as soon as it hit something, it lit on fire. But like the ones in Alberta and Saskatchewan, some of those started back in like late April, early May, and there's just progressively more because it's so dry, starting, every couple of days type thing, anytime a storm went through. But I mean, to have this many fires, because we were at over 600 at one point, I think we're back down to about 480 across the country. Normally that takes till the end of the year before we have that many. So we've had, 6 months worth of normal fires in 2 months. So it probably seems like they all started roughly at the same time because comparatively, yeah, it's much closer to that.
Oh,
I mean, we're going through what California went through, like when they had their 4 years of drought or whatever the heck it was, and they just started, spontaneously burning towns to the ground. That's what happened in BC last year. And unfortunately, it's need some rain without thunder and lightning.
That would be helpful, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We've been getting these storms that last for 30 minutes, and you get a fair bit of rain, but there's lightning at the same time. So
Right,
if the storm ends in less than half an hour, it doesn't get wet enough to dry the wood, so it still lights on fire and starts another fire. So it's actually worse having the rain.
The fire starts, it rains a little bit, it steams off, and the fire continues.
Pretty much.
Great.
Okay. Well, we ready for the outro?
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to show, just to show the dedication of some suppliers. So you might remember in August of 22, I ordered a couple of faster PAL chips. And here's the delivery days: February 28th, December 21, January 11, April 11, August 22. And you'll never believe it, they showed almost a year after I bought the stupid things. Here are my PAL chips. Now, keep in mind, this is like a $15 order, all right? So a year later, and here it is.
So the chip shortage is finally starting to end.
I guess the chip farting is starting to end. And
they got around to relabel stuff.
And Mauser is pretty reliable. I think these are going to be the right chips. I've got some fake ones in the meantime, and I think we've been waiting for the right reason. And this is Atmel, so Atmel's starting to chip things that aren't really popular. They don't go in GM trucks or so high hopes. Anyway, that was my parting thought for today.
This is for the network card, right?
Yes. This was the fast PALs I wanted. You could only get, in fact, I bought a quantity a year ago, and that's what I've been living on. And so this is the first new PAL chips I've gotten in some time. So encouraging.
Everybody cross their fingers.
right? We might be starting to get to Gimme X's and things soon. Because that's what all those are waiting on.
Yeah, CoCo VJ and Gimme X both use the same chip, and they've both been kind of suspended for a year and a half, 2 years now.
Like, yeah, every other dang thing that comes in a silver bag.
Yeah, I know Brendan's back ordered like mad, and I mean, I don't think he was even taking orders the last while for Gimme X because he had no idea when the chips were going to show up.
He's not taking pre-orders or requests or comments or anything. He's like, "Oh, I'll get back to you when we got something to sell," which is understandable. So,
Oh, I see Brian snuck in.
But the show's not long enough. We have to do some more stuff.
No, we can wait if we want to. I just had a couple things to share, but mostly I was just kind of checking out the new internet that got delivered into the house today. So
yeah, honestly, Brian, I would say it for next week because we're going to try to do a little bit live from Boat Fest, but I won't be here to ramble on for hours with the news. So it should be a nice short show. You can take as much time as you want.
You need to help us out.
I might even be able to do backup streaming now because the speeds test is showing 955 gigabyte down or megabyte down and 953 megabyte upload speed. So
yep, you're set up to do that.
Is that megabyte or megabit? Because that seems really fast if that's megabyte.
For fiber, that's not bad. I have seen fiber run that fast. Oh yeah,
Well,
I make a bit though. You might be right.
What
does Google Fiber normally run, David?
Megabit per second.
Megabit. Okay.
Right. Divide by 10.
So, but
100
still,
megabytes per second.
Which is still pretty.
For both directions. I mean, I'm used to having download speeds
Yeah.
that fast, but upload,
Right.
that's pretty darn good.
Yep. So yeah,
Right.
fiber all the way in. So
Compared to my DCM3, that's pretty quick.
My acoustic coupler never got that fast.
yeah, right. No, I saw you guys were still on, so I thought I would sneak on just to do a little testing here, I guess. So
Gloat a little.
make sure I'm not doing any sort of this sort of thing, some sort of robotic movement, because it's video's jittering. So anyway.
Yeah. I was going to try to pop by on the Trash Talk show today too, because I still haven't got a chance to show off the Nitrous 9 1.0 release. And they're still going now, but I just noticed like they're strict with their show. It ends after 2 hours and they're already like 800 minutes into the show. So there's probably no point.
Right.
I have to save it for next month.
Ready for the outro?
I think so.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server.
CoCo forever.
Okay, we're back. And I guess all that's left is the goodbye.
Yep.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hopefully Ken and I will see you guys next week from Boat Fest.
And my
The rest of
internet
us will be here.
internet just went red.
Bye, everyone.
Good timing.
All right.